Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Bill said, my name is Jason LeBlanc. I'm going to be helping out here a little bit today. And who wouldn't want to be working the ring with Bill Ollie?
Scott Ferguson, I said, won this the last 2 years. He's coming in with, might be our smallest team, and they're a crossbred team. They're saddlebred and Bertram cross. Just watch Scott work with these horses. The idea here is he's got to back him in on a 90 degrees, not touch the chalk line. He'll have to turn him on the G line and back him in.
Not a penis. Put it up to your mouth.
Now he's got to back 18 feet up to the eveners. Some interesting things, just watch those horses' ears. Watch them listening to Scott. He got this team as 9-year-olds, not trained. He said they're a real challenge. Watch their ears, they're very alert. They're always watching and listening to Scott. Our judges here, Michelle and Matthew, are watching too. If he touches the chalk line, they'll deduct points, but there's also a score clock running, or a time clock running. So speed is of the essence, but it's not everything that's important. He's got to get through the competition clean. Less faults, the better. Now he's going to hook on that sled full of, it's the Young's Equipment sled full of co-op products. Co-op was a big part of our history here in Saskatchewan when we opened the West. Now he had to pull at 8 feet and he had to stop before he crossed the chalk line. Just watch how alert these horses are. Rex and Ace are 14 and 15 years old. One thing I like about Scott, he never lets go of his lines. See him hook him on his elbow when he goes to do something with his hands? We were taught that early, you don't let go of your lines. That's your only connection. Now he's going to come around here, get around the wagon, right up into the announcer's area here. He's got to get these horses to step over the pole without stepping on the chalk line. Like I said, Scott's done this before. He's won it the last 2 years.
Two.
Now Scott's got to get into the wagon here. Be sitting there still while his assistant comes around with the milk can. Scott's got to deliver the milk or the cream this morning. We're reenacting what happened back in the early days of settling the West. Delivering cream was the one source of income they had in the early years. So he's going to load the cream now and take it around. He can't touch the chalk line as he comes out of this keyhole. We keep this pattern year after year, and we continually make it tighter and harder, and the Teamsters continually get through it without any penalties. Now, he's come out of the keyhole successfully. He's got to get it around and get through these rails. The rails are 7.5 feet wide. His wagon is 7 feet wide. And see, there's actually a 27-inch deflection in the wagon. So he's got to get in there and through without knocking over the rails. Oh, he had a horse touch it with a foot, so he's got one rail down. But if you look at his tire marks, his tires are within inches all the way along. Now, Scott's got his milk loaded up and got out into the yard, he's got to pick up a bag of oats, take that oats, and he's got to swing back and past the barley bin, pick up a bag of barley. So he's got to get around the bales nice and snug so that he can reach the barley without getting off his wagon. There's no penalty for getting off the wagon, but it's much faster if he can stay on the wagon. There's no problem there for Scott, and you can see why he's won this in the past. Him and his teams are a real team, not a team of two, but a team of three. Scott started showing at Agribition 40 years ago, and I remember competing with him in the old arena, competing against him. Even back then, he's quite a bit younger than I am. 20 years ago, he was very young and still very competitive. He's been asked many times to go down south and show us some of the big hitches, but he refuses to do that. Runs his operation up at Minnedosa. It used to be a PMU operation. Now he's a horse trainer. Watch him navigate that narrow chalk line. He's got to back that wagon up full 12 feet to make that 90-degree turn. Watch the horse's ears. They're listening to every little sound he makes. Look at him step around that chalk line. Look at that. I think we started with the best today, ladies and gentlemen. Now he's got to get around and get back into the dock. He's got the cream loaded, he's got the grain loaded. Now he's got to get to the dock, back in, get into a spot in that dock where he can unload the cream, load up an empty cream can, and unload the grain. But while he's doing that, he's going to back in nice and straight, but he's going to be blocking traffic for other vehicles coming by. So we're going to ask him to back in straight and then fan to the left and fan to the right. First, he's got to get in nice and straight to the dock so that his helper can use a wheeler if he has to and wheel the grain and the packages that he's got delivered or is delivering. See the marks on the ground? Our arena manager there, Ernie Boone, has put those marks there. That's to give the audience and the judges an indicator that he's made it 90 degrees. See that wagon staying tight to the dock so his helper could actually be unloading the whole time he's fanning his team. In our situation, the helper has to stay with his hands on the seat and can't move until it's sitting still. He can only move one package at a time. I don't know if we're going to build up to the best, because I think we might be seeing one of the best runs already this morning. It's just flawless, a great example of how we're supposed to do this. And Jason, you run a big operation down there at Estevan. You may be thinking about switching to horses from those quad track case tractors.
You know, Bill, about every time I think you're kind of smart, then you come up with something like that. I will say, though, I am impressed.
Young's Equipment is a major sponsor for us here, and they sell quad tracks, and I think Jason's one of their best customers down south. Now Scott's got to get his team unhitched from here. The time clock is running, and the timer will stop when that tongue touches the ground. So Scott's moving fast, but he has to have his traces up on his breeching before he can unhook. Now on that pole, now they stop the clock. So the judges will have that time marked down, and that time will convert into points. Now he's still not done. He's got to get out of that keyhole without stepping on a line. Look at these horses looking. They know they got to get around. They know they can't touch a chalk line. And you won't see a better horseman than this to start a day, especially. You may have seen the best right there. Should I ask him what his secret is?
I don't know. I got a rail, so it wasn't perfect.
Very good. Thanks, Scott.
Well, isn't that just one of the coolest things you ever saw, and almost a flawless move all the way through on the very first team? Very good. Those horses' names were Ace and Rex. And as he said, Scott's been competing at this Chore team for over 36 years. He's a horse trainer by trade. The horses that you saw in there, Rex is 16 years old and Ace is 15. They are full brothers, an American saddlebred Persian cross. Scott acquired the team when they were 9 and 10 years old, so about 6 years ago, and he trained them as a team. It was a bit of a challenge. Scott has been competing at Agribition on and off for more than 40 years. He showed draft horses back in the day, and he enjoys all competition and meeting with fellow competitors. And Scott's main deal is he trains many horses during the winter months. So once again, put your hands together. A very impressive run on the very first go. So Young's Equipment is no stranger to Agribition. They've been one of the major sponsors for years and years, and pretty well everybody knows the Young's Equipment, third generation. They're proud to be representing their own here with a sponsor of the Chore team competition. Young's Equipment's been leading the way in a thriving agricultural community for many, many years. Another one of our sponsors here today is the co-op, Moose Jaw Co-op. Every purchase goes a little further when you buy at the co-op, and in 5 years they've returned $18.1 million in cash and over $30.9 million in equity to its members. That's the Moose Jaw Co-op.
Jason, now we've got the best breed of horses out there coming in the arena. I'm sure you'll want to switch from your Case tractors now and get a team just like Daryl and Melanie Clark's here. These are Clydesdales. They're the Cadillac of the draft horses.
Is this the Daryl Clark from Ituna?
This is Daryl Clark from Ituna. He runs a big community pasture up there. He uses these horses for choring. Daryl and Melanie run a very good operation. He has 4,000 head in his community pasture up there, Jason.
Well, that's very impressive, but only Amy and Bunny are the only two horses got to go to town for the show.
And don't be chirping them, Jason. Daryl and Melanie's son, Coy, is going to Thailand in kickboxing competition.
Can he auction?
Look at the speed he backs into this 90 degrees. That's not a problem when you got a team that's chored as much as these have. Look at that. This is Daryl's third year competing. He got right into the Clydes and he got on the Clydesdale Association as a member and then on the executive. He's a very active member, taking part in their sales, promoting the Clydesdales around Saskatchewan and the world. Watch how smooth he is with his hands and watch the horses listening to him. He is a real horseman. He rides 4 or 5 horses all year long, looking after those 4,000 cattle in a community pasture. Amy and Bunny are his team of mares. They've raised foals before, but he said he's not raising any more because Melody won't sell them. Well, this pair of Clydes is different. They actually pull very well. And I can say that I'm not being negative. I have Clydes and have had many Clydes. They're like me, they don't like to work.
think there was a saying one time said if you act like you've got 15 minutes to do chores, it'll take all day, but if you act like you've got all day, you'll get done in about 15 minutes.
Daryl had absolutely no problem with that element. You know, watch, none of these competitors drag their lines. It's a no-no to drag lines when you're driving horses. Guys have been killed in accidents where their wagon has ran over the tails of their lines and run up the lines, and horses have jackknifed, and water tanks have rolled over and killed them. So it's just a no-no to drag your lines. They come up muddy and dirty, and so we just ask all the exhibitors to keep them in their hand, and they'll be judged on that. All you horse trainers, animal enthusiasts, you know how the horses or animals listen to their owner or driver. You watch their ears, that's how they're talking to you in their body language. You watch Amy and Bunny here, ears paying attention to Daryl. Such light touch on him to ask him to step over to get into the traces. Daryl and Melanie are up in that Ituna country, and they've had snow, and then the weather warmed up and it turned to ice now, so they haven't been able to drive for the last week. Their yard is all ice. Look at the light touch on the rump to get him to step over. Now Daryl's going to get up on the wagon, and he's going to ask his wife Melanie, can you finish milking those cows and bring me the cream? Melanie will say, I've been done milking cows here for an hour, waiting for you to get your horses hitched up. Did you notice that, Jason, a married couple, and they still helps her up onto the wagon?
Yeah, I did notice that. I took notes.
You better make some notes. I heard the crowd say, we had a foot go over a line. Now, I know the judges noticed that, but see how smooth they were and everything. Each one of these elements is worth a certain number of points. The keyhole was one of the tougher elements, and I think it's worth about 15 points, 20 points. I'll have to get my scorecard. The judges will deduct a little bit for that, but that was pretty flawless, that whole hitching in the keyhole. These rails are really tough, especially for a big team like these Clydes. Oh. Again, just bump the rail. Daryl's got to stop and pick up his oats, and then swing around to figure eight to pick up his barley. You know how nice this team works. It's not their first day. Same with Daryl. Drives it every day to do his chores and feed the cattle on the pastures. We've asked the drivers to pick up their own grain, because when Daryl's at home there by himself driving his team, there's nobody to grab the grain bags or pull them out for him, so he We've asked the drivers to do it themselves and just show how well the team works. Daryl's having just an excellent run here. We may have just seen the top 2 hitches in the whole competition coming through first thing this morning. Now, Jason, I think he's mailing a check to the judges here right now.
That's why I got a bent beak on my hat, Bill. I've looked in a lot of mailboxes in my life.
This wagon is short coupled and it just jumps. It's very hard to get it to back straight. Daryl is a perfectionist. He won't let it go. Daryl just said to Bunny and Amy, take a breath, relax, we'll get straightened out, and then we'll come back again. Oh. You hear him saying G and Haws. The old method of turning your horses left and right. You G to the right and Ha to the left. That's a common way of talking to your teams. Now Daryl said, I've given this 3 tries now and I'm having trouble. I'm going to lose a couple points, but I'm going to keep going. Because I'm going to get frustrated and Bunny and Amy are going to get frustrated, so we'll just move on to the next element. He's not going to lose a bunch of points, but he's went over the line, so he just made the decision to keep moving. Watch his teamwork, so nice. Daryl's got a nice spotted harness on him. And the Clydes, typical Clydes, just a nice soft straight bit. They're not known to have hard mouths, so he's just got a nice soft straight bit in him. Or a snaffle, I can't tell which, on Bunny. He's wanting to back in perfect. There he is. Now he's got to come back to center. He's got to start in the center. Now, if he was sitting like this, backed into the docks at the elevator, he'd be blocking traffic. So move off the road so the other traffic can go by. So he moved to the left. But somebody wants to back into that dock right beside you. So can you swing him over all the way to the right and get out of the way? Look at how fast they can fan to, we call that fanning, fan to the left and fan to the right. Now he's fanned to the left. Now he's going to ask him come back G, come to the middle. There, he's tight to the dock now, so Melanie's going to unload that full can of cream, bring back an empty so she can start milking again when she gets home and separating. Going to drop off the oats and barley. And then he said, okay, we're going home, we're going to park them. Our judges were so in awe, they're standing right in the middle of the course. The great run we're seeing here. 2 tremendous runs this morning already. Now he's got to park him right back where he got him. He's got to get him in far enough that he can get around the back and get out of that keyhole without stepping on a chalk line. Now Melanie's the same way. She can't step over a chalk line. She's got to go all the way around. Now she can go straight back to the barn and get the next bunch of cows in and start milking and separating again. Daryl's going to put the team away. Look at Amy and Bunny, how relaxed they are. Just another day on the job for them. See, Daryl never lets go of his lines. The pole goes down. His time has stopped. Has he got room to get behind him there, Jason? Not a problem at all. Now you can thank Daryl, and what a great show. How about those Clydes? I think I almost saw a smile, Daryl.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That was very good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So for those of you in the crowd, if you didn't get a program, there's some sitting around out there, but if you've never attended one of these events before, what you're seeing is just a day in the work, the load that goes on back in the olden days, and they decided to turn it into a bit of a competition. So there's two judges out here, and they'll be keeping track of everything, and it does a deduction type system. So what it works out is like this: when they enter the arena, everything's calm, horses are under control, they'll get 5 points. Then they hook to the sleigh, and they move it 14 feet. If everything goes perfect, that'll gain you 10 points. Then they hook to the wagon in the keyhole. They swing and they exit. If they don't touch the white lines and they don't have any issues, that'll gain you 15 points. They drive out through the alley. They head over and they do the figure eight. The figure eight is 15 points. Then the alley to the mailbox. Everything works right over there. That's an additional 15 points. The big one is backing up to the dock. When they back up to the dock and they fan both ways, they can earn up to 20 points for that one. Then they have to enter back into the keyhole over here by the announcer, unhook and exit the keyhole for 10 points. And then there's a timer watching, and if everything works right, they will score 125 points. There's two judges. They add the scores together for a combined of 250 potential points. So the first team that you saw enter in, the scores have been tallied right now. So the first team was Scott Ferguson, and that score was 201 points. Put your hands together for that first team. That was approximately 25 points higher than last year's champion team. So that's a pretty impressive number. And he did it in 9 minutes and 50 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Now we're looking for team three. Sorry, Bill. This is Stuart Chutter from Osage coming in with Pepper and Liz.
Jason, I'm sure you know Stuart from back in your days there. He goes out and casually runs 100-mile super marathons. Stuart does.
I thought I recognized him from the track.
Unbelievable. I've never heard anybody that could do that. The other thing we haven't had before, I don't think, is Brabant horses. I'm anxious to see these goes because these are the powerhouses of the draft horse industry. Just look at the power of them. Solid, solid team. And the team works so good with Stuart. This is Stuart's first time to town, so the horses are just a little bit nervous about what's going on out here.
Probably one of the reasons they're a bit nervous, Bill, is the guy on the reins can outrun them.
You can see his patience, how it's paying off here, and the girls, Pepper and Liz, are reacting to him. Stuart elected to pass on the pulling the weight. Like I said, this is their first time to town, so just wants to be sure that he does it nice and steady. And again, coming to town, it's totally different than doing it at home. You're nervous, the horses are nervous, and they can sense that you're nervous. But you just watch, he'll get him hitched here and get through this first element, and everything will work out.
Just getting the horses used to their first trip to town is one thing, getting them used to the sounds, the noises.
There, you see now he's got him hitched up. Now I think we're going to get into the comfort zone here right away, and you'll see Stuart and the full sisters, Pepper and Liz, get going. Now here's Stuart's assistant. Now he met Kelly on an ultramarathon race. So picture this. he starts running. He runs 40 miles to an aid station, and he meets Kelly there. And then he goes and runs another 20 miles up the mountain, 20 miles back down the mountain, back to the same aid station, and then runs the rest of the 40 miles back to the start-finish line. So if you can imagine that, he's now run 100 miles. And you can see there that Pepper's just got a little bit of fire in her. This is new to her, so it's just going to take her a little bit to get used to it, get going through. We're spoiled. We saw the first two Teamsters come through, and that's two of the best in the business that just came through. So Stuart's going to feel bad, but this is more closer to the norm. It's a very, very tough course. Now, the interesting thing is to watch our team of volunteers come back and set this course up exactly the way it was in the past. They've got measuring tools that they use to space the rails so they're exactly the same.
So if you just arrived here right now, you're watching the Chore team at the 2025 Western Agribition. Right now we're watching Stuart Chutter. He's got the two horses, Pepper and Liz. Stuart farms east of Regina, grazing cattle and growing Saskatoon berries. The U-Pick is open in July for picking near the village of Osage. His farm is a first-generation farm, and when he bought the farm, he had a giant mortgage and nothing left to buy a tractor. So he found two horses and began learning the power of draft animals and how they can help with chores. Pepper and Liz are full sisters, born 1 year apart. They are registered American Brabant mares and were born and bred in northern BC. As you heard earlier, Stuart also runs ultra marathons. He competes in mountain running races of 100-mile to 200-mile lengths. And that's where he met his assistant Kelly at the Crazy Mountain 100-mile ultra marathon in Montana, where she was volunteering at an aid station to supply food and water to the runners. The aid station is a very remote and inaccessible in the mountains, so all supplies for the runners were packed up there by Kelly. Her friends and their horses also helped out on that. Kelly and Stuart both share a passion for horses and the ultra marathon community. This is their first time in the Chore team competition.
Jason, I think we could get a job helping Kelly load up all those pack horses, haul everything 40 miles up the mountain to that aid station. I think that sounds easy.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you on that one. I'm not doing it.
Get Brandon Andres there with Co-op, Moose Jaw Co-op, and load up with all his supplies, stop at the new co-op store there in Moose Jaw and load her up and head up the mountain. Stuart has to pack all his food and water on a vest while he's running that 100 miles. Can you imagine that? It's unbelievable. I can't get over that. Driving horses is one thing, but to run 100 miles, that's not in my wheelhouse. You just see Stuart's going to do well with horses. He's just got that calm, casual demeanor.
You notice how short that wagon is, Bill? How quick that turns? That's a tough one to do with even backing it up by hand, let alone with horses.
Yeah. Yeah, backing it by hand is one thing, but using a team to back it up is another thing. Just lets you appreciate how good our first two competitors were, Daryl and Scott. The nice thing is this is a fifth wheel wagon, so you can cut it right around in 360 degrees and head out.
You're talking about packing in the food. Brandon's here from the co-op, and he just packed in about, I think he said just a little under 1,000 muffins. And he just baked them this morning. So we're glad to have the co-op here as our sponsor.
We have a 15-minute time limit. I just told Stuart that he's got 1 minute left, so if he wants to gain his points on parking in the keyhole, and he said he's going to do that. He's going to run this wagon into the keyhole. Isn't that a big, powerful team of mares? Jason, I think you could use them to haul feed out to your crew. You got enough crew there.
Yeah, over at the Steffes Auctioneer Group, we got a big crew there.
You could put an auction stand right on that, and the Bray bands could haul around the Steffes crew.
I think that's a heck of an idea. We might just have to go talk to Stuart after.
You know the stuff that horses produce, and that's quite a bit what would go on the back of that wagon.
Okay, score one for Bill.
Now look how good this team behaves. They just they're not experienced being in the arena, but just look, watch Stuart work with them. Horses are very casual and relaxed with them. Their ears are down, their lips are flapping, they're just in a strange spot, and it's frustrating them. If we come back tomorrow, I think it'll be a different story. So Stuart has hit his 15-minute time limit. So the judges are going to mark the scores down on what he's got so far. Yeah, he's done. Yeah. Now Stuart's got to get Pepper and Liz back out of the keyhole without stepping on a line. There you go, Stuart. You made her through. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done for your first trip out.
Oh, thank you so much.
Very cool. I don't think that's as cool as running 100 miles, though.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in case you missed that, if you're just coming in, that Stuart's, he didn't grow up in this lifestyle, and he started his own farm, and because he couldn't afford a tractor, he started using teams of horses, and this is his first time ever doing a competition, and for a guy that just started, I think he deserves a heck of a round of applause. That's impressive, Stuart. Okay, so that was team 3 that you just watched. We have the scores tabulated for team number 2, which was Daryl and Melanie Clark. Their combined score between the two judges is a total of 171. So that's right up in the top. On last year's performance, that score would have got you right into the top end of it, so very good. So far the scores are 201 to 171. Again, both judges are out there. They've got a scorecard that totals 125, and they start doing deductions for what they see. And then they hand in their 2 score sheets. We add them up, and that's how you get your totals. Pretty simple system.
Now, Jason, we're going to get into an old cowboy I met 45 years ago, I shouldn't admit it, down in a community pasture, Lone Tree, south of Climax. Chris Bertram was farmed with a team all his life. He ranches down there, rode community pasture when I first met him. And there isn't anything he hasn't done with a team of horses. When we first started our chore team competition, I called Chris and I said, "You gonna come enter?" "Yeah, I'll bring him in," he says. "What do we got to do?" And I said, "You're going to mimic everything you do in the farm." So he came from out of the bush down there at Climax, come to Agribition, run his horses through the course, and won it. Then he come back the second year and won it again. Then I think the third or fourth year, he didn't win it, his son won it. So in the first 10 years, I think the Bertrams had won it 4 times. So Marty, his helper here now, is one of the twins that won it about our 4th year out. Marty's standing over there by the cream can. I think this is the only stallion in the competition. Kelly's on the right, and Belle is on the left. Belle is 19 years old. Still going strong, but she has her own opinion, I'll say that. She's a mare. Kelly's pretty easy going. Belle, maybe not so much. And watch Belle's top lip. Kind of like a lot of bottom lips sometimes I see. But she has a little bit of a mind of her own. Chris does a lot of talking to Belle. And Kelly's just strong and solid. Chris breaks some horses through the year. He'll take on outside horses, and he uses Kelly. He's just so strong and solid. Just watch Kelly on the right. Again, one of the top teamsters you'll ever see. Top cowboys. You know, kind of the same brand as we saw Daryl Clark. They're just very good livestock people. They can ride them, they can drive them, they can feed them. We're sure happy. This is what the chore team was originally started out when we started developing this chore team competition. We talked to Chris and said, what are all the tough things you do as a teamster? So it helped us devise our chore team pattern here. And this pattern's been mimicked by a few different shows now for chore team competitions. That last one was just to show how you could back a team in around tight spaces, get hooked up, and be able to pull the weight. Now he's got to hook onto the wagon. And again, look at how tight the space is. Today we got the wagon on the left side, so the left-hand horse has to step over. Kelly can just stand there and mind his own business. Bell's got to stay off that line, but yet get over the pole. But Chris will talk her through it. And again, these guys aren't professional chore teamers. He's a professional farmer, and he just brings his team out of the pasture and brings them to town to show off. And that's one thing we wanted to have, is just real horses doing real work. Chris is just a perfect example of that. See him hooking his traces. Those are called traces that he's hooking up. Now that he's on his chair, Marty can come around and put the milk barrel in there. Watch old Kelly cross his front legs there, one over the other, just to get around that tight spot. He's just a solid, solid horse. He's sired a few colts now in the country. People have realized how good a horse he is. They're bringing mares to Kelly. Now Chris got to put this team right into the corner there to get the wagon back around these rails. Oh. Oh no, he touched him twice. A very, very tight course. See, Chris has a brass spotted harness on his, leather spotted harness. And if you're helping Chris, the first thing you do is suggest getting rid of that brass, because that brass is a lot of work. After you're done using it, you got to polish it. And before you start using it, you got to polish it again. To look good, brass needs to be polished a bunch. That's just a lot of work, and you can see how Chris's is sparkling. Now he's loaded up his 2 bags of grain. Now he knows he's in a tough spot here. He's got to put Bell right into the corner to get around that barrel. If he touches the barrel, there's points lost. It's fun to watch these guys, isn't it? Like he's just so at home with the lines in his hands. He does this every day, it's no big deal. But he'll be the first one to admit that his nerves get the best of him. If he's doing it at home, it'd be a different story. Now, drops his mail in the mailbox and flips the flag up. In the old days, that's how you delivered the mail. The flag up means that there's mail in there for the postman to stop, pick it up. Listen to Chris talk to them. See who catches. Our course designers made this course very tight. In the past, we've had teams go right through, so the designers here have said, we're tightening it up. This is not going to be easy for anybody this year. Chris did very well on that one. See our judges, Matthew and Michelle, watching really close. And they've got scribes with them, Rhonda on one side and Jada with Michelle. That's so the judges don't have to take their eyes off the horses and the teams. They're just talking to their scribes the whole time. Other years you're busy trying to write down a score and you're missing what's going on in the arena. See over at the bucking chutes there, we got a nice horse, probably the cheapest horse here. He's all set up for Christmas. I thought it might make some of the horses look, but they don't care at all. You know, Chris has got him parked there. Look at that wagon, just sits right tight so that Marty can unload the milk or cream. Look at that wagon, never moved off that dock. That's perfect, so you can keep loading and unloading while he's fanning the team and getting them off the street. I think you just saw a textbook dock. That's why Chris has been champion. I think our judges were caught staring with their mouth open again. Our first, we're team number 4 this morning already, and 3 of those teams have been champions, and you can see why. I don't have to look, but I know Chris will hook his lines on his elbow so he never lets go of his lines, but he has free hands to work with them. When you're out hooking colts and stuff, you don't let those lines get too far from your hands. And see, he can work with both hands, yet they're hooked on his elbow if he has to use them for something. That's just an excellent way of handling your lines. You see our first competitor, Scott Ferguson, does the same thing. Gathers his lines up, they don't drag, and off he's gone. Pretty smooth, Chris. Let him know what you think. Oh, Bell and Kelly. You laughing or you mad today?
No laughing.
That's good. They worked very well.
I'm the Canadian Post. I'm not always on time.
Well, that's pretty good. So the exhibitor that you just watched was Chris Bertram from Climax, Saskatchewan. Chris has been doing the Chore team event for about 15 years. He's had a team of Pertrons, what you've seen today. Bell was 19, Kelly is 6, so an age difference there. Do you know one of the most prominent rock bands in the States right now is called Kelly Bell? Bet you didn't know that, Bill. Chris feeds his cattle with the team all winter, and some of Chris's favorite memories of working with his team are his wins that he's had at Agribition. So once again, folks, put your hands together for Chris Bertram of Climax as he makes his way out. And also for the exhibitors that are in the background, if you can hear me there, the Moose Jaw Co-op has sponsored your hospitality room there with all the muffins and coffee that are in your event right now, or in your little room there right now, if you want to go over and have some. And they just sent me a text, said if they need more, they got another 1,000 ready to come out. So Co-op is a big sponsor for you. So the previous score, the Stuart Chutter, the guy, the marathon man there, his score came back in at 55, which I think is pretty dang good for a first timer to even be with horses, let alone in competition. So Once again, good job, Stuart, on that one. We are looking for team number 5, I believe, is what's going to be coming in to us next. And that'll be Keith Nummire of Langenberg going to make his way in.
Jason, Keith was here for the last, I'm going to say, 6 or 8 years. He had a team of horses, Puzzle and what was her name? They were here forever. They were fixtures. But this year he came back with a new team, May and Jet. And watch this excellent teamster work with this brand new team. I talked to you earlier about G and Ha. It's the old style way of teaching a horse to turn left and right. Listen to how Keith does it. He does it the common sense way. If you want to go left, he says left. So just listen to him work. Keith's been with us a lot of years. An excellent teamster. Brings his horses out very well. You know he's going to be in the hunt for the top place. I haven't asked Keith what's happening with his grandson. He went down to Virginia on a scholarship playing lacrosse. So an interesting sideline for Keith. Now Keith's got to get that team in the keyhole. We call it keyhole, all chalk lined up. He's got to get him in, and then he's going to ask him to step left and get over that pole without touching the chalk lines. There'll be about 6 inches space for him when he gets him in there. Listen to how Keith talks to his horses. It's so cool. He's a good horseman. Keith has Amanda van der Kerkhoff helping him. She's got to get that cream can full of cream loaded up so they can go to town. Such great communication with his horses. He's just talking them through. I think you could take the lines out of his hands and you could talk him through this. Watch Jet and May's ears telling you everything that's going on. These rails are really tight, but I'll bet you Keith with his driving, well, Jet might have touched the rail. Did very good. I think a little bit of an advantage having a smaller team. You can get him into the corner here and get a straight run on the rails, but that's all driver that does that, the teamster. He's got his oats. Now he's telling Jet and May, go left, go left, go left. Come around. Let's pick up some barley. We got to take it to town and sell a couple bags. Now he's thought way ahead. He's taking a wide corner so that he can come around and hit this barrel on a better angle so he's nice and close. There's a veteran driver for you. You can hear him talking. Watch Jet and May's ears. They're listening to everything he's saying. Ears come back and then go forward to see where he wants me to go. We asked him to go at a walk or a trot here. We don't allow a lope in the competition. We got certain elements that we want him to do, but we also have a time clock. You got to be good to do them, but if you can do them fast, that's even better. So we do give them points for their speed. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Is that something else, hey? Is he a teamster or what? May and Jet are half siblings. Everybody's got a little different way of backing into the dock. Keith wants to get ahead, get straightened out. Now he's looking, the team's looking over at that blow-up horse. Thought it might make him a little looky. Jet and May just took a look at it and flipped their ears back to hear what Keith was saying. Isn't that cool listening to him talk him through that? Keith hasn't won this competition, but he's been right there, close all the time. Look at that wagon, hasn't budged, has it? That's very cool. This would be one of the best docks you'll ever see. Now Amanda's got to set the cream off, put on the empty can so it can be refilled for tomorrow. Drop off the oats and barley. Look at May and Jet's ears, listening to everything Keith's saying. Now he's got to get over tight enough to the left side that he can get May and Jet back out of that keyhole. He's got himself in a tight spot there now, so it'll take a teamster to get him out. Just so impressed for the first time to town for May and Jet. It just shows you what a great teamster Keith is. Set his pole down. Now the timer will have stopped their clock. He's still got to get out of the keyhole. He's not done yet. But the stopwatch has stopped. We got 15 minutes to get through this course. I'm sure Keith is closer to 10. There he is. Isn't that impressive? Somebody was taking some deep breaths at the end, Keith.
I always do, before and after.
That was an excellent run.
Thank you very much.
Very, very impressive.
This is granddaughter of the old team.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And daughter.
So, what's her name?
This is May.
Yeah. Okay. And your puzzle and?
Gravel and surprise.
Oh, gravel. Gravel. I was right. Wrong. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There you are, folks. That's Keith Nummire from Langenburg, Saskatchewan.
Well,
Now, doing these events like this with the horses is one thing to watch, but in today's world, I don't think you could do it any faster with a tractor, because you'd get in here and you'd get into this little ring, and then you'd have a depth sensor go out, and then you'd have to call a mechanic and wait for about 4 days to get that one working. So the horses may be a bit quicker in the end of the game here. So the Chris Bertram team that you saw, that was team 4, the one before. They come in with a score of 140. Again, another pretty decent score. So Chris Bertram was at a score of 140. So doing these events also requires some judges. And out on the front, waving her hand right now, is Michelle Steen. She lives in Mooseman, Saskatchewan, has 3 children. She has her own bookkeeping business and breeds and raises Clydesdales, along with a few miniature donkeys. Michelle started the inshore competitions in 2015 and participated in the Agribition Chore Team event in 2021 and 2022, and won the Agribition Teamster of the Year in 2021. As well, won the water race many times at Agribition. In 23, Michelle became world champion chore team at the World Clydesdale Show in Brandon, Manitoba. She judged the 2022 World Persian Congress. Michelle has participated in and judged many small-town chore events over the years in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our judge, Michelle Steen.
Jason, we're back to some quality Clydesdales again. I was trying to get him to put them on my trailer last night, but he says it's not happening. You mentioned the World Clydesdale Show there a little while ago and how Michelle had won in there. Chris Arthur was on the organizing committee and one of the chairs in charge of the draft horse and chore team part of the World Clydesdale Show. Chris's son Alexander is helping him. This team is Roscoe and Martin. Chris used to have even a bigger team. This team is big, but he had even a bigger team that he used to compete with till this past year. The big team looks good. Like Budweiser would take these horses down there in a minute. But Chris is keeping them here, and he wants to compete in chore teams. A real disadvantage to have a big horse in these chore team competitions, but watch Chris work them. Watch Chris, just an excellent teamster. Chris got a crazy job, heavy urban rescue, search and rescue over in Brandon. So this past year, he's been crazy busy with wildfires. You think we got a tough job, and he's got put out wildfires around trying to save houses and ranches and farms burning through Manitoba. So driving horses, he says, is really good for his mind. It gets him away from his job. We ask our competitors to look the part when you come to town. We have a dress code, say dress respectfully. Look how Chris comes to town. Sparkly blue, he's got blue sweat pads on, he's got blue halters on his horses. Him and Alexander have matching blue shirts. Just an example of what a true competitor and a gentleman he is. Now here you'll get to see big 18-hand Clydesdales that are going to mature to 2,000 pounds in this tight little arena, in this keyhole. He's got to try to keep them inside those chalk lines. And I bet you he does it. I'll put my money on it, Jason.
Well, you can tell the man is talented just by watching him. You know what my dad used to always say to me, Bill? He'd say, son, you got a lot of talent in you, but none came out.
I can't hear you. Get your camera out now, Jason. Take some pictures of good horses, these Clydes.
Well, speaking of cameras, there's a man in the ring out here with the camera, and that's showchampions.com. Everybody here can go on that website, showchampions.com, and get the pictures downloaded, do whatever you like on that. But he's here, he's been around Agribition for many years.
Chris has wood hams on this harness, and I think Chris Bertram might have leather harness, but everybody now has been switching to biothane and nylon harness. Easy to clean, light, much lighter than the leather harness. But Chris has put wood hams on it. Chrome finish with wood hams. So it looks very sharp on his blue sweat pads, blue halters. Now see how these big horses navigate these rails. Is that the first clean run we've had?
Put your hands together, folks. That's impressive so far. Let's cheer them on.
That's why they asked Chris to be the chairman over there of the World Clydesdale Show Chore Team competition, because he is good at it. Oh, he touched a barrel. I see the scribes both writing. He was doing so perfectly until then. But that won't hurt him too bad. He's doing a great job on the figure eight. It just he touched one, so that's just a touch. Now again, remember he's being timed, so he wants to make things happen fairly quick, keep moving. Do you have a mailbox out there at Estevan?
It's the only way I make a living, Bill. These guys are faster than Canada Post, though. They're getting the job done.
He's got to get in tight enough here that he can put a letter in the mailbox and flip the flag up. That was a sign to the postman that there's some mail in there for you to stop and pick up. Otherwise, the postman would just drive on by.
Bill.
Look at that coming out of there. That big horse, as I said, was going to be a disadvantage. I don't think when you got Chris driving, that was perfect there in the mailboxes. We got a very, very good run going here. What's our top score, Jason?
201 is our high score.
Where's Chris going to end up?
He's in there. He's doing very well at this point. We got a bit of a battle going on here.
Our prize money is going to go to Manitoba. It's too bad the Bombers can't play half decent, but do they have a football team?
Never
I
heard
never saw them in the playoffs.
I think they changed the name to Bombed.
Both Chris, here competing right now, and Scott Ferguson, who's in the lead, right close to one another there in Manitoba. One south of Brandon, Chris is south of Brandon, and Scott Ferguson is at Minnedosa, just north of Brandon. We better get some Saskatchewan teams in here competing. These long, lean Clydes, they're originally a carriage horse in Scotland near the River Clyde. They tend to be a little narrower chested, longer legged, work good on the streets in Scotland. Watch them cross their legs over. They don't have the wide chests of a Percheron Belgian or the Brabant like we had earlier. They can cross right over and get very nimble. Usually tend to be softer on the mouth. Again, like I said, they're a lot like me. They don't like work. I thought manual labor was a Mexican president. Well, Alexander's got to get that empty cream can back so he can start milking again for the next trip. Big horses usually are a little harder to work around, but watch how Chris works and watch how he unhooked his traces from the outside in. Never let himself get in trouble. Now his pole is on the ground. The timer has set the time. Now I think Roscoe and Martin did a very, very good job there. big young horses, and an excellent teamster. There, now you can let Chris know what you think. You made her, Chris. You did way better than the Bombers.
Oh, okay, I'll take that.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your exhibitor is called Gentris Farms Limited. The exhibitor is Chris Arthur. He's been working with draft horses for about 20 years. He, along with his wife Heather and children Haley and Alexander. They have a small farm just south of Brandon. The horses can often be seen standing on the hillside of the road watching cars go by. These horses are an integral part of farming operations still used on the farm and are also available for wagon, sleigh, and carriage rides in the Brandon area. Along with the farm, Chris works in the office as the fire commissioner, where he is part of the heavy urban search and rescue team. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our competitor that just finished his round.
We have quite a cross selection of exhibitors here, from long distance runners to fire marshals, teamsters, horsemen, ranchers. No auctioneers yet.
No, that's kind of a special bunch, those guys. So on the previous run was Nummire, Keith Nummire, and his score has now come in at 172. So as of this point, we got Scott Ferguson in the lead at 201, Keith Nummire 172, Daryl Clark 171. That's your top three at this point. The score has not been tallied for the last team that just left.
She's a tight race. Oh, here's the next one. Ken will make it even tighter. Ken entered a little bit later. We told him we were full. We only take 16 entries, and we had 20. So he was on a wait list, but we had a cancellation. And I called Ken and said, "You want to bring your team?" And he said, "Well, it's a little late now." I turned him out, but I'll go see if I can catch him. So he went out, brought him back in, and I think he's pulling my leg. I think this team was ready to go. You watch, this is the first time to town, a pair of 4-year-olds, Hank and JR. One's Belgian, I think one's Belgian Bertram cross, but you just watch Ken work. Ken competed horse pulling for a lot of years, and then he got into the Chore team. He's such a good teamster, you just watch him. Again, these are just 4-year-olds. They didn't know they were coming to town until 10 days ago. You notice on the horses, everybody wears the bridle with a blinker. So it keeps the horses focused on what's ahead of them, and their ears tell you where they're looking or what they're thinking about. But it just keeps them focused on ahead and lets the teamster work around behind without getting in some kind of trouble. There are teamsters, and I think Scott Ferguson is one of them, that drives many teams with open bridles so they can see everything that's going on. Yeah, there'll be a little lunchtime, I think. Or half hour. Yeah. Oh, did you? It'll be, what time is it? Yeah.
So if you haven't got your catalogs or your programs up in the crowd there again, entering the arena and not having a wreck or anything is worth 5 points. You hook up the sleigh, you move it ahead 14 feet, and you'll get 10 points for that one. We have 2 judges out there watching for anything that's wrong. If you step over the line or one of the horses aren't acting right or whatever, they can deduct points. Now they're going into the hook to wagon in the keyhole. They have to swing it out and exit. This could gain 15 points.
Yeah. I can't believe you made it through. Yeah.
And I knew I had the room. I was aiming to get out of it. And so I put him there. So my fault.
Jason Ken pulled horses for many years, competed in the horse pull competition. So he's been at it a long time. There's no problems with his horses pulling weight. Watch and see, here's another teamster that hooks his lines on an elbow. He's always got control of his lines, but he's got his hands free. I just think that's such a good habit to get into. So this is the first time this team has been to town. It doesn't look like it, does it? That's an example of the teamster you got here. Ken Schreiner is amazing. Well, he made that keyhole look pretty easy. Now he's got to get around and get into these rails. And these rails are tight. Scott Ferguson was just telling me, pulled me over the fence. He said, I was through the rails. One horse winged a little bit, knocked it last rail down. But so far there's only been one team that's made it through these rails. Look at the judges looking. Matthew and Michelle are watching close. This is a big, wide team to sneak through there. And I think Hank touched it with a front foot. Now, Ken's got to get up here by the oat bag. Pick it up, throw it in the back, ready to go to town. These 4-year-olds are working pretty darn nice, aren't they? They got a long career ahead of them. They're sure working good.
One of the coolest things at Agribition, Bill, is to see all the young kids coming through with the schools. And right behind me, there's a teacher here that took the time to bring his kids out to teach them something about the Agribition and agriculture. And from Lakeview School, correct? Right here in Regina? Just put your hands together for Lakeview School, having the right people here.
Ken had a line hook under his neck yoke. Matthew noticed it right away. Said, Ken, you got a line hooked. No problem, he just stopped and unhooked it. Driving in these tight corners, you can see that think it's Hank on the left there, the Belgian horse, pure Belgian. He flexes at the pole real strong and puts his chin down close to that neck yoke, and when you're cutting corners and stuff, you can hook a line. And Kenny's a cagey old horseman. You see he's got to get to that mailbox and put the mail in, but he didn't go the extra 4 feet past to put the mail in. He stopped early so he doesn't have to back up that extra 4 feet. This little wagon was custom made for us here at Agribition. Very short coupled. It's fifth wheel, so it turns on a dime, and short coupled, so it's very hard to back up, even by hand. There, he's. There, Kenny did very well in there. That's a tight spot for these big horses. Have to back that wagon around. So now he's got to get this wagon up to the dock. He's got to get this grain unloaded, got to unload his cream, pick up his empty can, and get ready to get home, get to town tonight. So speed is of the essence, so you want to go fast. You know, if you had the time, you could lollygag at this all day, but we have a time clock, a stopwatch running. So all of them are timed. Time doesn't win it, but time gets you an advantage of some points. Hank is on the left, he's pure Belgian. JR on the right, Belgian Perch and Cross. But they make a pretty nice team. I think another year, if I gave him a week's notice, 2 weeks' notice, now he's got to fan the team to the left. Get him square, and the thinking was in the old days when you backed into the elevator, the pool house, you had to unload your goods. The train would come by and pick it up. But if you left your horse standing square like that, you'd block the road. So you had to fan him left and fan him right to get him out of the way so the next team could back in beside you. There, he's perfectly out of the way, so the street's not blocked, but yet he's backed up tight to the dock. Now the rules say he's got to come back to the center point, sit there straight. That wagon hasn't moved. Now sets the cream off, picks up the empty can, sets off his oats, sets off his barley. Now Ken's got to get him around and get him into this keyhole and get him parked out of the way so that he get him out of here. This is a big team to sneak around the back of that wagon. Watch him maneuver it in there out of the way. Ken's got a nice nylon harness with some chrome spots on it, and he's got big pads, quite often collars he's got on were used for pulling, and then they put a sweat pad on to fill up some of the gap and spread some of the pressure over the whole shoulder. He's got nice accents on the harness, just makes it look fancier, matches their shirts and hats. So it's nice to see these guys come to town and really playing the part and looking good. The chrome balls, he spent some time getting them polished up on his hames. You can see the way they're standing right now. Ken put a little chain between their breechings just to hold them in place. Quite often you'll see that doing that, or we'll use it with young horses just to keep them straight. As they age a little bit, they travel better and stay tighter together, so that chain will come off. But especially with a young team like this, first time to town, it just keeps them squared up and keeps them together. The judges will deduct some points for that because that's called an aid, but it's worth it in these cases like this. The horses are so much better behaved. Now Ken's got to talk them out of this keyhole. Look at how well their feet are trimmed and stuff. I was noticing this team, they got a great foot on them. That's management. There's Kenny, what a job. You're not quitting, Kenny. The team is young yet.
Yeah, I'm sweating.
Excellent job. Thank you.
They did well, yeah.
Did very well. Thanks, Ken.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you just watched Ken Schreiner with his horses Hank and Junior. Ken has worked with the heavy horses all his life. He's been pulling horses for 20 years. He's competed in the Chore team event several times. Ken has raised both of these 4-year-olds. Hank is a Belgian, and Junior is a Belgian Persian cross. Hank and Junior have been used around the farm for doing chores and cultivating over the last year. This is the first time to town, so the Chore team event is pretty new to them. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. From Nipawin, Saskatchewan, Ken Schreiner. So we got a couple more little announcements here to make. They're going to redo the ring here for you real quick. The Chris Arthur is the team everybody's been waiting on. He come in with a score of 169. 169 was the score on the Ken Arthur team that come in. Now some of the things that we do, some of you know me and some of you don't, but my name is Jason LeBlanc and I'm with Steffes Auctioneers. And we've done quite a few different types of auctions, and this horse thing is kind of important to us as we do. The Steffes family been in the auction business for 65 years, and horses was one of the first things they started selling back in the day, and it's moved into machinery and carried on to where we now do just a little over 500 farm auctions per year. And we're having a lot of fun with the Steffes group. The booth is over in the soccer field stadium. A lot of people coming in to see us a little bit later on. On the Chore team side of life, we got some major sponsors here. Young's Equipment, very proud to be year after year sponsors of the Chore team. Young's Equipment's always leading the way in a thriving agricultural community. Also supported by the Moose Jaw Co-op. It's your retail partner. From crop planning, premium fuel equipment, they've got everything you need each and every season. And a trusted source for livestock feed and equipment. Avonlea, Liberty, Imperial, or Moose Jaw. Personalized service and support. Glad to have them here at Agribition 2025. We talked a little bit earlier about one of our judges. Our other judge that's out in the ring today is Matthew Steffen. He's born and raising, Matthew has been the rising director for Dallas Valley Ranch Camp for the last 4 years. Additionally, Matthew and his wife own and operate Steffen Performance Horses. They specialize in training rein cow horses, cutting horses, driving horses, and colt starting. On the side, Matthew enjoys spending his free time training stock dogs and working with his specialty chickens and ducks, which he now breeds and shows. He has been driving horses for about 8 years now. Matthew owns and raises Persians and Desert Norman horses. As they have a few foals born each year, he also trains the new prospects as they come up. Matthew has been mentoring the individuals who have helped him reach out this point of his driving career, including his uncle Kylie Topless, Twilight Newton, and Murray Leapart, who sold him his first pair of Persians. Matthew wouldn't be here where he is today without the help of the people just mentioned. So that's our second judge. Folks, if you could put your hands together for Matthew. So Agribition is no stranger to a lot of people here. I was born in 1971, which was the first year for Agribition, and I've only missed one in all those years. I came in a baby basket. I was a cute little bundle of joy my first time up. And Bill always been to, I think he's been to every one too, but he's been looking after this Chore team for about 12 years. And it's just absolutely great to have this kind of event put on. Takes you back in history a little bit. And I know a lot of the older generation appreciate it, but what we really like is when not every teacher will do it, but some teachers will take the time to take their kids to Agribition, and it's very nice to see. So hats off to the teachers that take the time to teach their kids a little bit about agriculture. So we're back. The grounds are ready, Bill. I think they're ready to get started again here.
This is a brand new team coming to town here, Jason. Kim and Taylor haven't been to Agribition with the Chore team. Kim has been here for years and years showing horses. I showed against her and her family back 30, 40 years ago in this very arena showing Clydesdales. Her maiden name is Fargo, and the Fargo name is very synonymous with Clydes and good driving horses. So this is Kim's first time competing. So just watch her work with this team. Kim said the worst part about this is she had to leave her 3 kids home there with Grandpa and Grandma, Rob and Kathy. So they are a little bit disgusted that Mom took off and left them not coming to a horse show. Again, Jason, these are Clydesdales. These are the ultimate of draft horses. Everybody will be wanting one after these shows. So Kim has got her trace down now. She's hooking the left-hand horse. See how she never drops her line. She hooks them on her elbow. That's a safe way of working with your horses. Isn't this a good-looking pair? They're a little lighter color. We call them roans. In the Clyde business, roans are very common. Bay, of course, is what Budweiser likes. They like a dark bay or a lighter bay with black manes and tails. But oftentimes you'll end up with roans. That's white hair splashed through the bay color. Now watch Kim drive these. She's got to pull it 8 feet and stay off the lines. That's no problem for Kim. She uses his team's lots. She competed at the World Show.
Not in front of the people back.
She uses his team for sleigh rides and hay rides. Her kids show them the cutest thing, seeing her young kids. Her kids are 8 years old, 5 years old, and 1 year old. And they take these horses out and they'll show them. And they just pay such close attention to the kids. They're totally respectful of them. It's sure cool to see. Look how they're all trimmed up, ears and chins and everything trimmed up, just very well brought out. Well, this is Kim's first time to town, but you can tell this not the first time this team's been used. Now she's got to get him over that pole, and these are big Clydes. It's not easy getting this size of horse in and around. I'm going to give away my age, but I can remember Kim as just a young girl riding up on the wagon seat with her dad showing 6 horses here in this ring. The Fargo Clydesdales were a team to be reckoned with here in the show business. Rob would drive them in and do his figure eights and in and out and around and wave his hat. He always wore a salt and pepper hat. His teams were always broke the best. Now Kim's asked her husband, Taylor, gather that cream can up. We got to go to town now and deliver some cream. First, we got to get out of this keyhole without stepping on a chop line. That's a big team of horses to come around that corner and come out. The judges will be looking to see if they touched any of those chalk lines. And unfortunately, the tires don't lie. Now Kim's got to get them wiggled around, get their noses right into the fence in order to get that wagon to come back up, get around the corner and get that back wheels of the wagon in around those rails. Isn't she good with the lines and good with those horses? I won't guess Kim's age. That would be suicidal, but I know she's been doing it a long time. I think that's the second time only through those rails. That's the second team, I think, that's made it through. We got ourselves another good run. Kim has to do a figure eight around these barrels, but in the meantime, she has to pick up her oats and barley to take that to town to sell with her cream. But she has to do it herself. Her husband Taylor can't help her. Taylor can only watch. Watch her wiggle around this figure eight here. She wants to get close so she doesn't have to get off the wagon, but she needs to be close enough to reach it. I can tease Kim about it, but her reach isn't very long. Just long enough, though. Look at how well that team is working. This is impressive watching these young teamsters coming to town. She's got a lifetime of experience, but she's just such a good teamster. And she's exposing her kids to it all the same. All 3 kids are involved with the horses and the cattle. Taylor's got purebred Angus. I know Kim is too young to know about the mailbox, that you put your mail in there and flip the flag up to tell the postman that there's something in there. We had to explain to her what the mailbox, how it worked. There's still some post office boxes, some rural routes out in the country, but there's not many left anymore. Look at that. That big team, she's got them snuck around the corner there. Kim shrugged her shoulders. She said, I did pretty good. I think she did very good for getting a big team. Notice she's got their four tops braided and rolled with some ribbon in them. Again, just an example of a very good teamster bringing their horses out and showing them off. They're all washed up and clean, the white feather. You might notice I'm a little biased to the Clydes. They are the Cadillac of the draft horse breed. Look at her backing this in. She's not intimidated by the Scott Fergusons. Not perfect. Just hold off for a little bit until she gets squared around. She's in the middle of a tough competition. Now she got them backed in there, Kim, but we need you to fan them all the way to the left so we can let traffic go by the road. And there's chalk lines on the ground there that tells the judges and the driver when you're full 90 degrees. There you 90 degrees now. Now you're sitting there, but you're blocking traffic from coming in beside you. Can you move them all the way back to the left side out of the way? Watch these Clydes cross their front legs. That's one thing Clydes can do well. Cross over on the front. Kind of like Connor McDavid making a corner on their skates. You can just cross them right over. Look at how nice they cross over, these Clydes. We're seeing another very good run. Yeah, give her a couple seconds here. Let her get through the keyhole, and then you can tell her what you think. Just hang on a minute. Now these big Clydes are pretty big to get in this keyhole and get out of the way and get around the backside. Look at how nice she is with those horses. She carries her lines perfectly. That's what I'm very prejudiced to how they carry her line, and I love the way she carries her lines and handles them. There, Taylor's got the cream can done. She's acting like an old veteran horsewoman here, and the horses are working just as good. There's Kim's time. Now she's still got to get them out of the keyhole. Once she comes out of the keyhole, you can tell her what you think. I think we've got another team here that's going to be competing for top spot. So their ears are looking down at their chalk line. Look at the boys looking down, looking for that chalk. Not a problem at all. There, Kim, what a run. That's a pretty big smile, Kim.
Thank you.
That was wonderful.
It was.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Kim. You made Langenberg happy. Kim Buckberger leaving the ring right now. They established Hiller Creek Clydesdales in Kim's background. Has been in her entire life. Rodeo and cattle has been in Taylor's. She wrote in here that we raise and show Clydesdale horses. We raise Black Angus cattle. And so about everything we can do in between keeps us very busy and very active in the livestock world, farming and raising kids, just the way we should. Good job. Put your hands together. Kim Buckberger with an impressive run. So the team that was before was from Nipawin, the Ken Schreiner team, and they have now posted their score of 129. 129 was that score.
There's the scores up there on the board. She's a tight race.
As we said earlier, this is the 12th year in a row that Bill Olley's taken it upon himself to put on this Chore team event. It's been very well received and a lineup of sponsors that want to be involved. So hats off to Bill for looking after it for all these years. I know it's a very common thing and it's being watched on TV. If you're in the crowd, you can text your friends or whatever. You go to YouTube and look up Canadian Western Agribition live event.
Jason, here's a true horseman now. Greg Melanowski coming in. But you got to make fun of his bowler hat. I can't bug him too much right now. He's concentrating, but just a super teamster. Watch his quarter horse crosses. He gets these horses, and they're not very well broke or handled when he gets them, but watch how he handles them and moves them around. He does training for other folks too. He does custom training, but Greg went out to Nummire, Alberta and competed at their Chore team competition. He got a perfect score. I don't know if I've heard of that before, but he got a perfect score out there competing in the Chore team. Watch him work with these horses. You'll know why. This is Ben, a gelding on the left. To see he was looking back to make sure Greg was doing it right. He wasn't going to let that slow him down. Ben and Pearl are a very, very good pair. Nice size for doing chores with, easier to harness, easy to work around. Nice size for getting into the corners here to Chore team competition. Absolutely no problem with that element backing in there 90 degrees and coming out again. Greg used to compete in the pony chuck wagons. You can see he's a very good driver, very good with the horses. He's sporting his new Vegas-style bowler hat. I'll have to bug him about. These light cross horses are so nice and quick to work with on these tight spots, these Chore team competitions. They're so nimble and quick, especially when they're trained like Greg has them trained. He came here 2 years ago with one here, I guess it would be Pearl, just 2 years old. It was 3 years ago she came, just 2 years old, and came competing with a pair of 3-year-old or 2-year-olds. Unbelievable how well they worked. Him and the horses are just a great team. Oh, he's all hitched up and ready to go. So let's load up the full can of cream and let's go to town. We got some work to do. Haul some oats, haul some barley, sell some cream. We'll buy some co-op sugar and co-op flour. Maybe get a pail of co-op fuel, stop at the co-op grocery store, and we'll be back home. First, we got to get through these tight rails, though. There's a very tight little spot. Only 2 teams of horses have been through here without knocking down a rail. And both big Clydes, I think, weren't they? Oh, a little bump there. Our arena managers there, Ernie Boone and Jared Martin, will come reset the arena. These guys were here at 6 this morning, manicuring and setting up the arena. Pretty nice to have volunteers like that. The idea here is to show the judges how well you can handle your lines doing the figure 8. You have to gather your left line, make the haw turn, and then gather your right line to make the G turn. Keep that wagon off the barrel, yet get close enough that you can reach the oats and barley. And you can tell these teamsters that are farming with their horses and choring with them that they have no problem wheeling them around doing this kind of stuff. And that was the intent of this Chore team competition, was for the average farmer to come to town and show off what kind of horses, what kind of teamster you are. And Greg's just a perfect example of what we wanted to see, what we wanted to demonstrate to the public. There's good teamsters and good horses still out there. Now this is a tough spot. He's got to back up 12 feet here in that tight little area, this little wagon. Watch him just tickling the lines to keep that tongue straight. Watch Ben and Pearl, they listen so well. Watch their ears. Their ears are telling you everything. Greg's talking to them, so they're listening. So they're pulling on their breeching strap. That's the one that goes around their rump, transfers through to the quarter straps, up to the pole, or the neck yoke, and then hook to the pole, pulling it backwards. There's Look at this. We got a good run here. That was very good. We haven't seen many of them. Aren't Ben and Pearl nice and nimble, quick? Now he's got a dock. Now they're looking at that blow-up Clydesdale over in the corner there, taking a good hard look at it. But their ears will flip back and listen to Greg pretty quick. Yeah, they're taking a look, but they know they got a job to do. That could be like a moose coming through the yard up there at Outlook where Greg is at. They'll take a look at it, but they got work to do. They can't be bothered with something strange like that. There. Now the idea here is to keep that wagon backed in tight to the dock so that they can load and unload the goods. Watch Ben and Pearl cross over in the front. Watch this. They really cross over. That wagon just sitting still. Well, that's impressive. And watch Greg's hands, just as quiet, just stands there relaxed. Horses are doing the work, he's talking to them. There comes the cream on board, the grain's on board. Now Greg just has to put the team away, back into the keyhole. Jason, I think we're going to have a good run here.
Just watching Bill from a distance to see how he becomes one with those horses. Everything he does, they respond to. Very unique, very nice to see.
Well, the timing stops when that pole drops to the ground, so you can see Greg's hands working fast. This is example of what happens on a Saturday night when you're in a hurry to get to town. You kind of speed things up a little bit. There's his time. Ben and Pearl did an awesome job. He's thanking him for that, but he's not done yet. You can't leave him standing in the yard. You got to put him away. He didn't leave himself much room to get out. But he left enough. Great job, Greg. Congratulations. I think that bowler hat is good luck.
Oh, I hope so. It cost me enough. I'd just like to dedicate this exhibition to Dale Anderson and Jim Lane. They were a couple of good friends and just good people to be around, and they are missed.
Yeah, that's for sure. They are. Thanks very much, Greg.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you for those very nice words. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Melanowski is who you just watched with Ben and Pearl. Ben is a 6-year-old and Pearl is 4. They are perch and quarter horse crosses. Started at 2 years old. Greg has done chores with them, some farming with them, and attended numerous public events. Greg likes the Chore team competitions as they allow him to showcase not only his skills but the horses. So put your hands together for a great round, and thank you very much, Greg. If you pay attention to the scoreboard now, you'll see Kim Buckberger's time has now been added to the the race there, and she is in with 144 points. So again, for some of you that are just walking in, we get a crowd that maneuvers in and out here all morning, and that's great to see. What you're going to see here is the obstacles of a horse or a team of horses, and how one person can train the horses and make it work. So it's an animal-human contact, and you're going to watch them. They're going to do some driving and maneuvering. Backing, a key part to the competition is backing the wagon up to the dock and letting it stay there while they flag from left to right, and the back of the trailer is not supposed to come off the dock. They do delivery pickups. The obstacles will be involved this year. You'll see they'll pick up a cream can, they'll pick up some bags of oats, they'll drop the cream can off. Everything represents exactly what it was back in the day. If you look around the country, you'll see hip roof barns. The majority of the hip roof barns were built from 1900 to 1920. So if you're driving by a farm and you see hip roof barns, you can kind of date it that it'll now be over 100 years old, because after the 1920s come the dirty 30s, and then machinery come by and mechanized, and you don't see many hip roof barns anymore.
Jason, in 1930, there was 3 million draft horses in Saskatchewan. Just a little fact for you. Who was that guy that had all the facts?
That's just interesting, Bill.
Norm.
You say there was 3 million back in 1930, and today there's approximately 35,000 farms left in Saskatchewan. So just to put that into perspective, it took 3 million horses to do the amount of acres that are now down to 35,000 farms.
Now this is very cool here. This is Cody Ferguson. We saw his dad, the first one in, Scott Ferguson, who's won this competition twice already, and he's up on the leaderboard now at the top. This is son Cody. Well, Cody's busy trucking and hauling fertilizer all year. His dad's at home playing with 80 horses all winter, training 60 to 80 outside horses, and you can see how good he is. I'm saying playing just to tease him because he's awesome at what he does. But moral of my story is Scott got the good horses. He said, Cody, you want to take a team to town? Go take the lead team out of our 6-horse hitch. So Cody's team does not compete in the Chore team competition. They're the lead team of his show team. So this is pretty unfair to ask Cody to take a lead horse out of a show hitch and compete on a Chore team competition. But you just watch. He won't disappoint you. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. These horses are as big as this blow-up horse standing here. And in true Ferguson style, he's a tremendous horseman. He came here and he said, Scott called and said, we're showing up with a 53-foot semi with the horses on board. And I said, oh, that's going to be a chore. And he said, well, Cody will drive it in. So sure enough, we had like a foot space between the trucks. Cody wheeled that semi around and backed it in, unhooked the horse, or unloaded the horses, no problem. The man of many talents here, and you're seeing another one of them right here. Cody and his partner Casey competed the last 3 years in Manitoba with the 4-horse hitch competition, and they've won it the last 3 years. And this is the lead team off that 6-horse hitch, so they're totally out of their element. You can see they're shod up for show horses. They're big, rangy, lots of looky in them, and he's asking them to compete in the Chore team competition. I can guarantee you he'll be in the hunt for the final prize. He'd love nothing better than to beat his dad. I'm dating myself again, but 40 years ago I went past the Ferguson farm when I'd go up north of Brandon towards Minnedosa and stop and visit with Wes Ferguson, who was equally good horseman. He had a PMU operation up there. And I don't remember the exact number, whether it was 40 or 50 horses in the barn at that time. And every time I'd come, Wes would have a team hooked, cleaning out manure, hauling manure to the field, or plowing or cultivating. I remember the story the one time I stopped and the horses were standing in the field, nobody around. So I went to the barn and went to the yard. There's Wes in the yard, and I said, "What's the team doing out there?" "Oh, they decided they didn't want to do what I wanted them to do, so I put the cultivator to the bottom, and they wanted to run away or do whatever, they could try it." But he said, "I think they've given up on that. They just stood there and waited for him to come back." Manny and Lex are 4 and 7 years old, and Manny on the right is a new horse. Well, he's looking around lots, but he is a good one. Cody will have no problem controlling him. You know, Scott competed here at Agribition 30 years ago, and Cody started. He was just 10 years old when Cody started competing with the draft horses, so there's going to be another generation of experts coming. And again, those rails are tough for horses that big and show horses. They're probably wearing a size 10 shoe, so the shoes themselves cover 40 inches of that space. Aren't they a nice showy pair? Wouldn't they be fun to take to town? You notice the brand on the left-hand horse there, the JL. We mentioned earlier, Greg Melanowski mentioned Jim Lane, one of the best horsemen that have ever come here and competed. That horse was bred by Jim Lane. He's got the JL brand on it. Cody's bringing him perfectly down the center here now. You know, they said about the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Look at that wagon back and straight up. They'll do an amazing job coming through that 90. That big pair of horses, no problem there. You don't realize how big these horses are until you're up beside them, but just compare them to that blow-up Clydesdale at the gate, which stands 10 feet high. He made that look easy, didn't he? Now he's got to back in there and hold the wagon there while he fans the team to the left. I like just sitting and listening to him talk to them. That wagon never moved. He drives his horses as good as he drives a semi. I can vouch for that. There goes the milk off, or the cream off. There goes the grain off. Got an empty cream can. Now you can head for home. Park that wagon and let's get to town. Cody's looking to make sure he gets him into as tight as he can to the corner, because he knows he's got to come back around the other side with them, and they're a big pair of horses. He's sitting in a very good spot right now. And Jason, I think we're setting up for another good run. Could we have two Fergusons at the top of the heap today?
It's sure heading that way right now.
And again, just another teamster that never lets go of his lines. He's got him hooked on his elbow all the time. This team is the lead of his 6-horse hitch, so that you see they're used to being up there by themselves. They stand very good. Now, can he get him past the wagon? Oh, I think I saw Cody take a breath. And a big smile, and rightly so, Cody.
No, they worked pretty good today, that's for sure.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. That's a big team to drive and put in here.
It is. It's tough with these small obstacles, that's for sure.
Yeah, you did awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, folks. So what you just witnessed there is Cody Ferguson. If you look at the top of the scoreboard, well, now it's gone, of course, when I say it, but the top of the scoreboard is Scott Ferguson, which is the father of the guy you just watched. So Cody Ferguson competed in his first Chore team competition when he was about 10 years old. He's been doing it on and off ever since then. This year, Cody is bringing a different pair than usual, as you just saw. He will have the lead team of a 6-horse hitch. Cal will be on the left. He is 5 years old. Cody purchased him 3 years ago at a sale in Madison, Wisconsin. Lex will be on the right. He is 10 years old, and Cody acquired him from the Bertram sale in Manitoba about 5 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, some true professionals there. Please put your hands together one more time for Cody Ferguson. Now, before he was in, we watched Greg Melanowski from Outlook, Saskatchewan, and he did a great job working his way through the obstacles. And his score has now come back with a score of 167.
Jason, this team coming in here now with Twilight Newton. Twyla's been a mentor to many of these Chore team competitors and draft horse people in Saskatchewan, Alberta, Manitoba, and into the United States. We had a team from Minot entered that Twilight had mentored into the Chore team competition, and unfortunately they had to drop out, but Twilight is here with her team, and Twilight gives hay rides and sleigh rides all year. Her and her husband Cam have a tremendous setup there for wagon rides and hay rides and bonfires and out into the trees there south of Yorkton. If you ever wanted to go for a tremendous little vacation, they have a great setup. Twyla's driving her horses today, but if you were at the last two Clydesdale World Shows, you would have seen Twyla driving, but more than likely you would have seen her riding them. She jumps them, she dressages them. I think she's a level 4 dressage, so she's very, very good. I think she's a world champion. I'll have to get the exact number. Is she a world champion 8 times over, maybe? That's not an easy feat. For some people, just to get a world championship would be a major accomplishment, but I think she's done it 8 times. Tremendous horsewoman. And she does that after she gets her work done with Cam. Cam's got a hydrovac business. So Twilight does all the book work for that. Looks after the business. And then Cam says, if you're done that, you can go play with horses. So she's okay, I'm done playing with horses, I want a bobsleigh built. So Cam builds her a bobsleigh. Then I want a caboose built so I can ride in warmth when I'm driving in the wintertime. So Cam builds her a caboose. So they got a great relationship. You watch Twyla work with her horses. They're very, very relaxed. They're listening to her. They just work so good. You can see why people like to buy teams from Twyla and like to use her for instructions. Well, Twyla's got to get him in here to the pole and get him over. Look at Twyla's harness now. She's got a biothane nylon combination spotted harness. A lot of this harness is made by the Amish down in Wallenstein, Ontario. I didn't ask Twyla where she got this, but Aaron Martin Harness down in Wallenstein has sold hundreds of sets of harness out west. It's nice, it's light, it's easy to clean. You take it to the car wash to clean it. And then she gets Cam to polish all the chrome for her in his spare time. And watch Twyla working from the outside. She never gets herself in a bind here. She's always got a way out. So if something spooked the horses and they jumped, she's not going to be caught in the middle. She's working from the outside in, and she stays on the outside. That nice shiny chrome harness looks good with completely chrome hames. Lots of times you just get black and chrome hames, but she's got all chrome. So very fancy looking rig. Now Cam's got to load the cream can. He's done milking the cows, so now puts the full cream can in. Now we got to get to town and get that dropped off and sold. We got a couple tight spots to get through, and then we're going to load some barley and oats Look at the Clydes again. I talk about the Clydes, the way they can cross over. Twyla's team is no different. What's cool, I think if we gave Twyla 10 minutes, she'd come back with a saddle on and put on a dressage clinic here with these horses. So many teamsters with so many talents, and that the horse part of it is just one little segment. Now, I think we've had 1 or 2 teams of Clydes get through here. She was close, just cut in a little bit. Now again, strong and steady driving. No problem for Twyla to stop and load the bag. She's used to working alone. Now she's got to get around that other barrel and then get back in line to get through the 90. This picking up the grain bags was a new element added this past year. The teamsters just continually get better and better, and by adding this element, it represented more of what did on the farm, but also made it another tough element for the teamsters to show off their abilities. Again, watch the Clydes as they cross over, right? Keep emphasizing the Clydes, how agile they can move, cross their front legs over. Watch them cross on the corners here. Especially when we get up and dock, they'll cross way over. See how Twyla holds her lines. Usually lines threaded through the ring finger. That leaves her pointer finger and thumb free to adjust lines. I don't know if Cam and Twyla had a mailbox out there south of Yorkton or not. They're definitely a rural route, but just a few miles south of Yorkton, he's got his landscaping and hydrovacing company, and Twyla's got a nice barn and arena for riding and driving. Twyla's wheeling that Young's equipment wagon back into place here, get it backed into the dock and unload. Now, Twyla's got to get these Clydes wiggled around. She has a little different method of backing her horses into the dock. She doesn't use so much the arena when she swings it in. She can jackknife it back in there and then bring her team around on the haul line to back in straight. Everybody's got their own little technique. Bottom line, they got to get into that dock square so they can load and unload their produce. I'd like everybody to give her applause, but she's in the middle of a competition right now, so just give her a few seconds here till she finishes. She's got to fan her horses 90 degrees to the left and 90 degrees to the right. There's a chalk mark in the arena managers put in the arena so the drivers, the teamsters, and the judges can both see what's going on, see how close they are. See our judges telling their scribes what score, deducting points or adding points. Off goes the cream. And back in the day, that cream was a very important part of the income on the farm. Everybody had to milk a few cows to sell the cream, put it in the cream can, sit it out on the road for pickup, or deliver it to town to the creamery or to the elevator and have it shipped. Well, Twyla's got to get her team in here stuck in a corner so she can get around the back. And again, big pair of Clydes. She's got to have room to get around them. Scotty is Twyla's right-hand horse. He's the anchor out there. I think if you were picking, Scotty would be pretty close to the perfect Chore horse. Except lots would complain about the Clydes and their feather. You see Twyla and Cam, I'm sure it was Cam washing legs and getting them all polished up. A lot of reasons to dislike the Clyde, and my dad would remind me about it every day. But they're sure nice. There you go, there's Twyla's time. Now, being the veteran horseman she is, she backed her team up away from the chalk line so she can bring them over on the G line, cut across and duck out the back. She's going to be talking to Scotty and say, you got to take a sharp corner here. There he comes out. Very good. We got some good horsemen, but we got some awesome horsewomen here competing today. Twyla, another great run.
This guy's 3. So he made it in and out without getting scared of your Clyde.
They did awesome. Congratulations again on all you do with the Clydesdales and showing and competing.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Trailwind Clydesdales. Twilight Newton from Yorkton, Saskatchewan. Twilight and her husband Cameron own and operate their family-run business, Newton Landscape and Hydrovac Service. Once Twilight gets her office work done, she can be found out in the barn working with the horses. Twilight both rides and drives her draft horses, and is just home from a successful trip to the World's Clydesdale Show in Illinois, where she rode her Clydesdale mare in the riding classes. So congratulations on another job well done right here, Twilight. So these events that you watch all throughout Agribition has always been honed as a family-orientated show, and family means kind of everything. And one of our major sponsors here is a family-run business. Now, I don't know if many of you know Mr. Tim Young, but Young's Equipment has been one of the businesses that's been successful for I think 3rd generation now, and continues to grow and look after the agricultural sector like nobody else does. So I want to put your hands together for Mr. Tim Young of Young's Equipment, one of the groups that make things work here. Another one of the major sponsors here, as we mentioned earlier, is the Moose Jaw Co-op. Of course, when the co-ops came in back in the day, they helped settle a lot of things in the small communities, make things grow. Moose Jaw Co-op is your trusted partner in every farm build, big or small. You contact them, they can make any vision a reality. They have communities that they're involved in. The Moose Jaw one is Avonlea, Liberty, Imperial, and of course, Moose Jaw. So thank you to the co-op from Moose Jaw for being one of the major sponsors here again.
Jason, I'll introduce you to my favorite horse. Has been for the last 3 years. You look at this right-hand horse. These are a pair of crossbreds, Frisian, Bertram cross, paint and Belgian. So they're 4-way crosses, but you watch Norm work with these guys. Norm's over there in that Bertle country too. And whoop, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. I jinxed old Johnny and Pongo.
Well, horses get a trip to town. Sometimes I know how I acted on the trips to town.
They're a great team, and Norm's a tremendous horseman. They over there in Bertle, they give rides up into the hills, and they're 2 or 3 years back. They're heading up the trails and crossing the creek, but unbeknownst to them, the creek had sped up a little bit and thinned the ice, and this team went down into the ice, into the water, and it took them a little while for Norm and his crew to get other horses hooked on and get them pulled out of the water. So they've got a real story behind these two.
So Bill, if I remember right, there's a little bit more to that story, or there's a connection to a story with you about going in the water and through the ice. I believe you were pushing snow for your boys to play hockey, or boy to play hockey, and you want to tell that story.
Yeah, that's a been there, done that story, hey? Yeah, I took a bath there in about year 2000 or so with the tractor. But here to talk about it, enjoy to watch some horses. Norm and his family over there have quite a selection of horses, and they've been breeding some Bertrams, Frisian crosses, and then also some paints and Belgians. And he has this cross that turns out offspring like this, and they're working very well. You can see they got some fire, but what a wonderful team to work with. I might have jinxed him on the first little event there, but you watch his right-hand horse, and he's the kind of horse that I'd love to chore with. His ears are up, he's nice size, strong, powerful. And again, just another great horseman. If we're not careful, we're going to have to give up all the prizes going to Manitoba. There's sure some good teams coming over here. In tight spots like this is where those smaller quarter horse crosses have an advantage. You can reach over them and unhook your traces off the carriers and put them back on without fighting with the pole and eveners and stuff. Norm's saying, now, Michelle, can you bring that full can of cream over? We got to go to town. We're heading to Bertle. We're going to sell some cream. Going to pick up some grain first. We'll take it to town and sell some cream. Norm and Michelle are only a mile out of the town of Bertle. That beautiful valley over there, if you've ever been over to the Birdtail Valley in Manitoba, that's where they are. And they drive their horses up into the valley land and have whole gatherings of sleigh rides over there. That there's something like 20 to 50 sleighs gather on weekends, and they head up into the hills, have a big bonfire, and then come back down. So just a lot of fun they have over there in the valley with their teams. Great bunch of teamsters over there. Norm just clipped one rail, and that's unfortunate. He was so close to getting through there. We'll watch these teams travel now, that right-hand horse. Norm won't part with him, but he sure would be a good one. Another thing to notice while Norm's going around is look at our arena crew setting up the rails, repolishing the lines here at the dock and at the sled, getting everything set up perfectly. And I see our scribes and ring people there wearing their Young's Equipment coats. Young's Equipment's a great sponsor here for us. You see on the wagon and on the clothing. Norm's got the flag up. I don't know if he's the vintage that he ever did that back in the day or not, but now he's going to ask Johnny and Pongo to back up nice and straight. Johnny and Pongo know what they have to do there. Stepped over the lines and got through there nicely. Now, the one last thing we ask Norm to do is back him into this dock and unload your cream and your grain. Put the team away and you can go to town. Norm's got him coming back in there nice. And again, the only time these teamsters get to see this wagon is when they come to Agribition. There's no other one like it. It was built specifically for Agribition, for the Chore team competition. Look at that. Norm can G and haw them pretty nicely. That's called fanning. We ask him to fan to the left and fan to the right. That opens up the dock for the next team to come in. Now his dock is backed in there perfectly. So if it needed be, you could use a wheeler and wheel a load off, whether it be lumber or if you needed some of that co-op flour or co-op sugar that's sitting there, you can load that on. Co-op's great supporters of our chore team competition. They supply us with lots of products here. Some beautiful new stores around the country here. We're going to do this chore team competition. We've only got 3 more teams left. And then we're going to do what's called a feed team race, where teams will compete against one another to see who can load up bales and race through the course. So the teams will compete head to head against one another, and we'll see which team is the fastest team for loading bales. And then at the very end, the highlight of the whole show will be the barrel race. So right after we're done the feed team race, we'll do a barrel race, and you'll want to see that. So we'll finish the chore team. And then we'll have a feed team race and then a barrel race. And all 16 teams, we opened up entries for the chore team competition. We got 20 entries. We only have time and space for 16, so we've got 16 teams in here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you'll want to come watch the feed team race because we're going to have a couple celebrities in it. Tim Young with Young's Equipment, who's our major supporter here. Tim is going to come and throw bales and compete in the feed team race. So we'll be anxious to see. There's Norm coming through with my favorite horse. He made her. You're stopping and talking, Norm.
Not very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Wasn't a great go, but we made her.
You made her. It was great. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Norm Graham, with the horses Johnny and Pongo. This is Norm's 3rd year competing in the chore and tea competition. He's a retired railroader and a hobby horse farmer. His helper, Michelle Frebergson, is... Oh, sorry, that's the end of the sentence. His helper is Michelle Frebergson. Pongo was on the left side and was a 9-year-old gelding. Johnny was on the right, and he's an 8-year-old gelding. They are full brothers, and both are Frisian, Percheron, Belgian, paint, cross geldings. So there's your 4 crosses that Bill was talking about earlier. And this is their 3rd year competing together, but they have been driven together for about 6 years. He has taken many sleigh rides, wagon rides with them over the past 6 years, and he also uses Pongo and Johnny for doing chores during the winter months. So once again, hands together for Norm Graham of Bertram, Manitoba. And if you look on the scoreboard, our last contestant back there was Twilight Newton, and she came in with 155 was the score for Twilight's team.
We're in for another treat here, Jason, with Chad Hadland coming in. Watch this teamster work. It's the first time to town with this team, but he's such a good teamster. It doesn't matter what he's got. He just does a great job. He feeds 300 sheep with these horses in the wintertime. And just not everybody can do that kind of thing. He's competed in chore team for 3 years, but he's competed here at Agribition. I remember seeing him years and years ago competing at Agribition in the sheep and the beef barns. And what Chad's got to do is back that team in and turn them 90 degrees without stepping on a chalk line. Watch how good he is with this team. name of his team. They are a pretty team. There's a lot of things for a new horse to absorb when they come here to Agribition. Again, you see the harness that Chad uses. He uses a biothane harness. Probably took his work harness right out of his barn. He doesn't need a whole bunch of spots on it to do his chores, feeding 300 sheep. Look at them pull. That load of co-op horse mineral, there's no problem at all. That Young's equipment sled, we might have to put new runners on it. It's been used a lot here the last few years. See there now another good example of a good horseman. The horse has got hooked that single tree in there, and Chad talked him out of it. The horses listened to him, and they'd stand in there relaxed again now. This is a whole new deal for the horses to come to town and see all the lights and sounds of Agribition. They're expecting quite a bit of them. There we go. Now he said, Chad, you got to go over there and hook up to the wagon now. Thank you.
How is your legs? You feel better now that you're sitting? Good, good.
This is Chad's third year doing the Chore team events. He just continues to impress, changing horses this year and coming back in, and watch how good he is with them. I think pretty typical of stockmen. Good stockmen are good, whether it's with cattle, dogs, sheep, or horses. They just understand how animals talk and communicate. Chad's up at Hanley, and he runs the Hadland Livestock Company. So he's feeding and grazing 300 sheep a year. He does all his chores with this team of horses. Chad's been competing at Agribition for 35 years. Not all with the horses, of course, but with purebred and sheep, purebred cattle and sheep. So he's no stranger to Agribition. So when he showed up, we knew we were going to have a good competitor. Watch his team work now. Now it's time to go to work. Watch him line himself up to get a straight run right through the rails. Again, those rails are 7.5 feet apart. The wagon is 6.5 feet wide. So there's 6 inches on either side of those rails. That sounds easy, but we put a deflection of 27 inches in there. So you got to be able to drive it. Oh, he was so close there. Just tickled one edge of the blocks, and they turn upside down very fast. So now Chad's got to stop here and do a figure 8 with that Young's equipment wagon. Pick up the bag of grain. Turn the wagon around those co-op barrels. That bag of grain could very easily be co-op mineral Co-op now has a wide selection of horse mineral and very popular in the industry. Wheel in and pick up this bag of oats. We're going to take that to town and we'll trade them in for a bag of mineral and salt from Co-op. There, Chad made that look easy. Watch this team get out and travel. They can really trot. And they know they're looking for those lines. Look at their ears, looking for those lines. They know they got to stay off them. And Chad's got to get up to the mailbox, put his mail in. There's a lot of cameras flashing there at Chad and his team right now. There, he's put the mail in, he's put the flag up. And for those that don't know, that flag means that there's mail in that mailbox and the postman has to stop and pick it up. Now this is going to be tough. You got to back that short little wagon 12 feet to get back out of that 90-degree turn. Again, this obstacle is just to show the judges how well you can handle your team, how well your horses listen. The real unfair advantage, though, that these teamsters never get to see this wagon until they come to Agribition. So it's a total shock and surprise to them how tough it turns, how quick it turns. It's not like a 16-foot hay rack where you can swing the pole around. This is a 10-foot wagon with an 8-foot fifth wheel. Well, Chad's just lining up to get a nice straight run so he can get back far enough to get the team out around the corner. The team's not happy, but they're cooperating. They know they got to do it. There they come out. They're looking for their line. They know they can't step on that line. There, he's out of there. It's such a great size for a Chore team. You know, nice and easy to get around, not so big to harness, tremendous power. Teams get to expect what Chad's asking for, so they're wanting to back in. They know they need to back in and get up to that dock, but he's got to hold them off and get them lined up straight before they do. Now he's got her. Nice soft into the dock. Now he's got a fan to the left. Left, we call that haw. So now he's asking him to come G. That means fan to the right. He's talking to them. Look at their ears, looking back and listening to Chad. Again, look at Chad's working with his lines. He's got his lines nice tucked into his ring finger so he can adjust them. Uses his forefinger, pointer finger, and thumb to adjust his lines. The judges are noticing all this, how well they handle their lines. And it shows with the horses how well their horses work. Now they're unloading the full can of cream. There's a payday, and there's bags of grain gone. Now Chad's got to get him back into the keyhole here and parked out of the way. This again is just to show how you can control your horses, how you can get them in there. He's got to leave himself enough room to get out the back end, just like when you take your team back into the yard. You got to pack your wagon or your sleigh, put it in the corner so you can get out of the yard with the other equipment. There's the empty cream can ready to fill. There, Chad's got him unhitched. Now the timers will stop their stop clock. Now Chad's still got to get him out of this keyhole, get him around the back of his wagon. There he is. Now you can tell him what you think. Chad, there is some heavy breathing there at the end.
I've never been so nervous as I am with a young team.
You did great.
Oh, we got through it.
You did well. We'll watch and see what the scores are.
We'll have to watch and see.
All right. Thank you.
Well, there you are. There's Mr. Chad Hadland from Hanley, Saskatchewan. There is where he and his wife, Sarah, along with their kids, run a flock of 300 commercial ewes. They use Samson and Arnold, that's the names of the horses, to feed the sheep daily, as well as feed the cows with Chad's dad, Neil. Chad has had the team for 4 years now, and they've taken the several Chore team competitions, as well as the North American Suffolk Horse Gathering this summer in Cairn, Saskatchewan. There are only 1,500 registered Suffolk horses in North America, making them a very rare breed. Chad has been attending agribition for over 35 years, participating in purebred cattle shows for the majority of those years, and now he's also involved in the sheep show, as well as the Chore team competition. He'd like to thank all the organizers, volunteers, and fans for putting on this world-class show. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Chad Hadland from Hanley, Saskatchewan. And from our previous competitors there, Norm Graham, Bertram, Manitoba, has now entered the scoreboard up top with there 158.5. There it is, 158.5.
There's some high scores up there, Jason.
You bet. They're going just like an auctioneer. They start there and go right up to the top. It's kind of fun to see.
I'd like to hear you announce all the scores real fast.
Yeah, I can do her. 128.5, 139.5, 144. We just keep her moving.
Hey.
Some people are wanting to get down low to take pictures and stuff, but the Kodak kid is out there himself with showchampions.com, the guy with the camera standing out there taking all the pictures. You can easily go to showchampions.com and make your purchases there or see all the pictures.
Might be a little loud.
Okay.
I'll turn it off.
Good. Thank you. Well, Jason, guess what breed this is coming here?
Miniatures.
You're wrong. These are Clydes. These are my favorite horses. And you watch how good they are. Reed and Christine Daly here, they'll put on a show for us. Very good horse people. I don't know who gets to claim the Clydes, but I know Christine is an awesome quarter horse trainer. She trains professional cutting horses. And they got these Clydes. We saw Twilight Newton earlier in the competition. These Clydes came from Twilight Newton. And it shows. Just watch how well trained they are, how respectful they are of the owner and teamster. You just tell the way the Clydes are standing there looking around, just relaxed. They're listening for Reed's commands. Now, we asked him to pull that load 8 feet, so he did that. Now he's got to get unhooked and get over to the keyhole. Again, you see Young's Equipment sponsoring this sled here. A very nice sled, again, built for us at Agribition for our Chore team competition. And Co-op is putting all the product on top of it for us for the weights for the Chore teams to pull. Young's Equipment and Co-op are tremendous sponsors here for us at Agribition and for especially for the Chore team competition. Now Reed's got to get the horses in through the keyhole and have them step across the pole and get backed in there to the eveners. Again, big team of Clydes, not much room, only about 18 inches of space there on the left-hand side. See how he moved them in there nice and easy. And again, I notice right now the spotted harness that Reed and Christine have on there. I didn't ask him where they got it from. Most of that harness is Amish made. It's chrome balls on the hames, biothane and nylon harness. Makes it light, strong, easy to clean. Most of us take a pressure washer and wash that harness, you know, every month or so, and then you can polish up the chrome. And those Clydesdales feathers, they don't look like that all the time. Every time it gets muddy, and they're the first things to suffer, and they take their time to clean them and wash them. It's like polishing up your car. It takes some time to get it looking good, but when it's done, it's worthwhile. The Cadillac of the draft horse business. Now, Christine has finished milking her cows, and she's bringing the milk or the cream to the wagon and heading for town. But first, Reed, you got to stop and go through an obstacle, pick up some grain. Can you get this team out of here? Nicely done. Now, to get the Clydes up to that fence, to get them close enough to the rails, to get them down and get a straight run. We've had one Clyde team make it through here. Hopefully this is the second one right now. Well, that's a tough corner. It makes it very tough on them. Now the next obstacle is a figure eight around these barrels and stop and pick up the oats and barley to get ready to go to town, deliver that with the cream. Reed has to do it himself. That's to mimic what used to happen when you were doing chores yourself. You didn't have the luxury of having hands helping you. So you had to get your horses around and get them in a good spot so you could reach those bales. Bags, grain, pails, water, whatever you happen to be hauling that day. A lot of times you had to haul your own water for the animals, bail it out of a hole or dugout. Reed's been watching. He's got this figured out. Now, get wheeled around, get in line, get to the mailbox. We got some mail to drop off. So while we're here, let's go through and drop the mail off. So again, Reed's trying to get around and get straightened out, get that wagon lined up. You want it as straight as you can get it so that it can back straight out. I know Reed and Christine are too young to know how to work that mailbox, so somebody told them that you put the mail in, then you flip the flag up, and that tells the postman to stop and pick up the mail on their way by. Again, they didn't have the luxury of practicing this wagon before. It's the first time they've seen it. So right now he's thinking, man, this thing turns quick. I like the way Reed handles his lines again. Through the ring finger. So he's got his four fingers, pointer finger and thumb to adjust the tails on his line. Reed's got his own way of swinging in there, backing in. It looks easy, but again with this wagon, it is a tough job to back him straight in. On the dock there, we got a stack of co-op flour, co-op sugar, all sitting on the Young's Equipment loading dock. Much like at their store in Regina and Moose Jaw, they got it product sitting on the dock ready for you to load up. Absolutely perfect. Well done. We slammed that Young's Equipment wagon right into the co-op loading dock. Watch these Clydes cross their front legs. I always think that Clydes are the most agile and can cross over better than any other breed. I'm a little biased, but watch this pair show off how they can do it. Now Reed's bringing him right back straight. Gonna back him into the dock. And now it's Christine's job to unload the cream, drop that off, get an empty cream can. And then next week when they come to the mailbox, hopefully there's a check in there for them again. Christine has to put her two hands back on the seat. That's a signal to the judges that she's done. Reed's got to get the team back into the keyhole, parked over on the left-hand side out of the way. Far enough out of the way that he can get the team around him. Now can't touch a line, can't step on a line. again, I remind you, we've only got 2 more teams left in this competition, and then we get into the feed team races, which is a crowd sport. We need you here to cheer on the feed team race. We're going to have a celebrity feed team race. Tim Young is going to compete, and he's going to take on anybody at co-op that'll show their face. Tim won it last year, throwing bales on the feed team race, and he's challenged anybody at co-op to come back and try to take the title away from him. So we'll see who co-op brings forward to try to take the title. Brandon Andres says co-op has a bunch of young agrologists that are really good. So he might resort to a younger person to come compete for him. Brandon just had back surgery this summer to repair 2 broken vertebrae, so he doesn't know if he should compete, but I'm sure he's got an ace in the hole somewhere he'll pull in to compete with Tim. Now that is a beautiful team, well brought out, well presented by Reed and Christine Daly. Congratulations, Reed. That was a wonderful run.
Thanks, it was not too bad. The second year here.
Yeah, did awesome. Congratulations.
Thanks, Bill.
So Double Barrel Arena and RC Performance horses of Radville, Saskatchewan. The horses' names are Claire and Fontana. Reed is from Radville, Saskatchewan. He has been driving for about 3 years. His wife and himself have always wanted to get a team, as both of their grandparents drove teams back when they were both young. They took the driving clinic with Matt Stephen and Twilight Newton, and they got hooked. Their team, Claire and Fontana, they are used for the wagons as well as sleigh rides and used to help doing some chores around the farm. They're always excited to keep the driving heritage going in the area. So good job and congratulations, Reed. Now, if you look at our scoreboard, Chad Hadland has made the entry with 151 points.
Jason, now we've got a treat here. Crowd favorite, came charging onto the scene last year. Gordon Friends, originally come up in Ormiston country. You probably spent some time in Ormiston, Jason. There's probably still some trails of yours over there. The only thing, Gordon came from Ormiston 83 years ago. So watch him here as he comes out with his horses. He's got Millie and Molly this year. He's changed teams, registered halflingers. Now watch Gord and Millie and Molly go to work. They're very, very impressive.
It's all right to get him used to the clapping sound. There's going to be lots of it.
Talk about strong and steady. And he passes that on to Millie and Molly. Just watch this. It's unfair. They turn that 90 degrees and they look up and they see this big, ugly, blown up Clydesdale here for Christmas. And they go flying backwards trying to get out of here. So watch Gord. It's just like they're glued to them. Gord trains all his horses himself. He uses them for log skids, wagon rides, sleigh rides. He goes around the country competing in chore team competitions. This year he's got his son helping him out. His son Vern came along with him. Vern's from Red Deer. Gord's from Grand Prairie. So I think he paid a cheering section here in the crowd. Now look at the size of these little halflingers. He's going to ask him to pull this load. That's a big load. Weighs more than they do. Look at that. There's no quit in them. Now, they've never seen a crowd. They've never heard clapping and applause. They've never been inside the Agrodome. Millie here on the left-hand side, you can see she looks around. She hasn't missed anything. She's watching everything. Last year was Gord's first year here, and we had a final go-around where the top 6 got in to compete. Gord was in that top 6, first time ever coming to Agribition. And he said, that was too easy. I want to bring a young team. So these are just 3-year-olds coming to town to compete. Just look how well he communicates with them and how well they work together. Again, 3 years old, first time to town. They listen so well to Gord. And like I said, Jason, he's from Ormiston country. You traveled through that country a long way. Hello.
You're just cutting out there a bit.
I don't know if I went dead.
You're back.
Now we saw this team pull that 1,200 pounds, and they barely weigh 1,200 pounds. Now watch when he gets on and gets driving and has them spin around in this keyhole and come out. Watch what 83 years of experience can do driving a team. He moves around like a spring chicken. Now he says, come on, Vern, I've done all the work so far. Time for you to carry that cream can and get it up here. We got to go. We're heading for town. All that milk coming from Alberta will all be tariff-free. We've got to get it to town fast. Now watch these little halflingers open up. Now, Gord knows he's got to get him right into the corner to get squared around and get down that alleyway. There's 6 inches of space on either side of that wagon, but the trouble is there's 27-inch deflection in the poles, so it's not a straight through go. You got to drive him into the corner, then make the corner and drive him out. Oh, that's too bad. He touched one. I think we've had, is it 3 teams, Jason, that touched? 3 or 4 teams that went through untouched. Now he's done his first rounder on the first co-op barrel, come back into the second one to load up some barley. He's got his oats on board. Get the next bag picked up. Look at how smart this team looks, all fancy, shiny, chrome. Whoop. he had a little oopsie with the barrel, but that wasn't really, he hit the barrel, it just fell over when he pulled the bag off. Oh, it's a long alley to come through, and ask Millie and Molly to back that wagon straight up. When I talked to Gord yesterday, I said, well, how's it going to be? And he said, I know the horses will be good, it's just me that'll screw up. He's harder on himself than he is on his horses. Oh, look, he's got to get him straightened up and back down there. You can see the advantages and disadvantages of a smaller team. Millie and Molly are coming through doing very well. Now we got to get into this loading dock, the co-op loading dock, and load some sugar and flour and unload his cream and his grain bags. Gord's not happy with being close. He wants it in there perfect. Watch this. There it is. Now that he's backed in there nice and straight, gonna ask him to take him over on the haw. Swing him over haw. Now that he's 90 degrees, now we gotta swing him back to the right. That's G. So he's asking Millie and Molly to come over G. And now they're swung over on G. 90 degrees, and that's what the judge is looking for. The thinking around this was back in the day, you had to deliver your goods to the rail station, the station house, and when you're backed in unloading, somebody else might come along and want to get by the road or might have parked beside you. So you had to have your team so they could swing side to side and get back out of the way. Now he's done all this. Now you can take him back to the keyhole and park him. Our work is done for today. I doubt Gord is going to quit. He's only 83 years old, so he's got lots of go in him yet.
Yeah, we'll do that too. We're just going to
There, Vern's got the empty cream can back. They can start milking again, separating some cream for tomorrow. Now, as Gord steps the team ahead and sets that pole down, the timers will shut the stopwatches off. They'll record that, and the time that they have will correlate with number of points. A maximum of 20 points and a minimum of 0 points. So depending how fast he was, they will allot him points. Now, what do you think, 80-year-old Gordon Friends and Millie and Molly, all the way from Grand Prairie, Alberta? That's pretty impressive. Gord won't be happy, though. I know it already.
As I said, it was me that screwed up, not the horse. Well, they kind of turned around and wanted to visit with you.
That's awesome. Thanks again for coming, Gord. That's a long haul.
Thank you. It was awesome.
How about your cheering crew up here? Like, what do you pay them?
Oh, they make a Romanian dish called placinta.
All right, thank you very much.
Gordon Friends was born and raised on his family farm near Ormston, Saskatchewan. He lives in Grand Prairie, Alberta. Gordon is 83 years old and competing in his second Chore team event in the Exhibition. This year, Gordon has brought his new team in. These are Halflinger mares that turned 3 years old just this past April. Millie was on the left, Molly was on the right. They are half sisters and they are registered Halflinger parents. Gordon started training them to drive in January of this year, and he believes that they will do the work, that they will work their way the way they should, and if Gordon does his part, the horses will have no problem. His helper and assistant was his son Vern, who lives in Red Deer, Alberta. Gord is honored and pleased to be back competing against these wonderful teamsters and the amazing Exhibition team. Put your hands together. What a great guy. Now, if you look back on the board, Reed Daly's score from Radville is now showing at a 133.5. So we've got 16 teams in this competition, and the next team coming in is number 16. So from Minnedosa, Manitoba, they're going to be entering in here shortly. Give everybody a chance to recoup. Again, a big thank you to Young's Equipment, major sponsor. Also, Moose Jaw Co-op. This is what keeps agriculture alive, is those kind of outfits like that keep on making their third generation equipment owners at Young's Equipment, and with 3 generations, that means they've dealt with 3 generations of farmers. Been around a long time, and we're very glad to have them as part of Saskatchewan and to be part of sponsoring this show at 2025 Agribition.
Blame it on computers.
It's always their fault. So I don't use them.
Okay, Jason. Now we're into the big boys. Got some big Bertrams coming to town. And there again, I said, they're not the horses to bring to a Chore team. But Kelsey said, I'm coming. I want to compete. So he's bringing, watch this team of Bertrams come in. They're the wheel team of West Spring 6-horse hitch. Look at the size of them. When they come through this gate, they'll be looking over the top of it. There's not many people that could handle horses this big, especially this left-hand horse. He is a big handful. I know Kelsey will do it. Look at this pretty left-hand horse. They use this team on the farm and binder and everything, but they also use them on the wheel of the 6-horse hitch that showed around Western Canada this past summer. Can you tell why they're a fancy show horse? Look at that. That's imposing. There's not many guys that could handle a team like this. You can see they're all shod up and ready to go showing. They'll shoe them up this time of year and work on their feet, keep growing their feet out. And they'll be in there competing at the Manitoba Royal Winter Fair in the spring. Just look at this left-hand horse, the arch in his neck, how showy he is. That is very impressive that Kelsey can get this team in here. There, Kelsey's got him hitched up. They didn't even notice pulling that Young's equipment sled and that load of co-op horse mineral. He's in a vulnerable spot right here, so I don't talk too much, but now just watch. He's got to get that big team out that 90 degrees without stepping on a chalk line. Kelsey take extra time there to gather his lines. The judges are watching. He gets points deducted if he drags his lines. So you see his lines are all up in hand. Look at the size of that team walking in front of him. He could walk under their necks. Again, this is part of their 6-horse hitch. I don't know if they used him in the 4-horse hitch this summer that competed, the champion 4-horse hitch in Manitoba. There's a 4-horse hitch series. And Westspring Perchins won it this year, 3rd year in a row with their Perchin horses. So as soon as Kelsey's done here, we're going to take some time to reset the arena, clean it up. And then we're going to come back with the feed team race. You won't want to miss the feed team race. We need everybody here to cheer and shout for the feed team race. And once we get through the exhibitors of the feed team race, we're going to have celebrities. Tim Young is going to compete for Young's equipment, and Brandon Andres, I think, is going to find a ringer for co-op feeds or co-op altogether. Co-op Moose Jaw. Pretty imposing sight looking over the top of you there, Jason. Oh, sorry. He's working. He's selling stuff. What do you think of that pair of horses looking over the fence at you there, Jason?
Very, very powerful. Very cool to see that size of animal here, and it's got the attention of everybody in the building.
He's got to turn him around in that keyhole and get out without stepping on a line, keeping that wagon inside the lines, and then get around and lined up for the rails. That's a massive team to get wiggled around and into those rails.
Look at that skill set. Sidestep and made her right out of there. Good job.
That's not Carlana.
You can let them know what you're thinking out there. That's fine.
Yeah, okay. Up there helping Kelsey is Taylor. Taylor's grandpa is Daryl Horn. And Daryl and I go back 40 or 50 years competing in this arena, and he judged in this arena. Now this is going to be tough. Can Kelsey get that great big team through those rails? Oh. See, the shoes on those show horses are 10-inch show shoes, bigger than the foot, and that's what clipped that rail, just knocked it over.
So this figure eight that you're watching now will count for 15 points if everything goes as planned.
That team would plow some land for you down there, Jason. Might keep up to that Case quad track. Kelsey's got to get that wagon around close enough that he can reach that bag of oats. No problem for him. Once Kelsey's done here, we're going to reset the arena. Our arena staff will pull the rails and the lines and get it all set up for a feed team race. If you haven't seen a feed team race, you'll want to see a feed team race. And we need all the school kids need to be here for the feed team race because we're going to do some cheering. Yeah, it'll be full out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good stuff.
Yeah.
And then that's
Tim Young and Brandon Andrews will do a celebrity race on the feet.
Okay, good deal.
And then after that, we'll have barrel racing. So, like, need a figure, shamrock figure for the barrels.
Sure. Okay, good. So you still need me here then on that one?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, you're going to be the main man.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to shut up.
Yeah, no, I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about.
What's changed? Look at how Kelsey's got this big team coming through there. Just great teamsters, and I'm afraid we're going to see our prize money heading to Manitoba. These Manitoba teamsters come to town and they mean business. Now he's got to get that team swung around, back that Young's equipment wagon back into the co-op booth box there. And Taylor's got to unload the cream and unload the grain. There, he's backed in nicely, nice and square. Now he's going to ask him to come over haw. Now this is a big team to ask him to cross over and come way around to the left, 90 degrees. Now he's going to ask him to come all the way back around to the left. Sorry, to his right, my left. So he's saying G, come over G. Now he's 90 degrees, so he's good. Now he's going to swing back straight and hold the wagon tight to the dock so that Taylor can unload the can of cream and then unload the bags of oats and bags of barley. And that's no problem. Now, Kelsey, you got to put that team back in here and get the wagon out of the way so that you can get by it. And that keyhole is small and your horses are big. It's getting noisier in here all the time now, and of course for the horses, that's a distraction for them. So you can see them looking around a lot, but still paying very close attention to what Kelsey's saying. Kelsey's got the boys parked in there nicely. This is a disadvantage of a big team, trying to reach up there and get the traces hooked up into their spot. I think we could be looking at a top team. Now that his pole's gone down, the timing has stopped. And we're going to bring these around. We're not going to present the awards. We're going to take a half-hour break after Kelsey, a 15-minute break after Kelsey, and we're going to reset the arena and then have this feed team race. And after that, we're going to start making awards. But we'll post the scores up on the clock here so you can see how we ended up on this. This is our first heat of the Chore team. Tomorrow morning, we'll do the second heat. But right now, I want to thank Kelsey to take that monster team through. How did you do that?
That went over pretty good.
That was awesome. You did very well.
All right. Thanks.
Kelsey Robinson lives on a farm in north of Minnedosa, Manitoba, with his partner, Carolina Horn. The farm consists of hayland and a small portion of grainland. Every year when it's time to take the grain crop off, we thrash it the old-fashioned way. I own a binder, a steam engine, and a separator, and it becomes a family event. This year we had 3 Persian teams pulling in the sheaves. Horses have been a huge part of our life as I grew up breaking horses with my dad. Played various hitches in the show circuit, currently helping show horses with West Spring Perchins. Caroline and I will be adding horses to our farm to continue the family traditions. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Kelsey Robinson of Minnedosa, Manitoba.
A 15 minutes.
All right, what you're going to see now is a 15-minute break. They're going to clean out the arena here, and then they're making some changes. And then we're going to have some races going on. And this is when we want everybody to come back and sit in here, and you can cheer and make as much noise as you want. If you're with the school kids, this is your time to shine. So in about 15 minutes, you're going to see things happen. If you take a look at the scoreboard right now, you'll see the leaderboard. Mr. Scott Ferguson with a 200.5 score right now, and he is in the lead.